Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. All right, let's see what the market brings today. All right, so the box here you see on the left side, it says size, bid, and ask size. That's the level 2 data. Now the level 2 data is, okay, is the actual, I'm gonna break it down so you can understand better. The first row here is what's called level 1. You know, people call this whole box level 2, but it's really level 1 and level 2 together. I'll explain why. Level 1 is only the first row. Okay, you see the yellow, the first one? That's level 1. You can see here on the montage on top where it says trail stop news. You see that? Okay, you see that LV1? That's level 1. Okay, so when people buy or sell a stock, okay, you remember there's only 2 ways people are doing things. They're either gonna buy a stock or they're gonna sell a stock, right? So the ask, okay, even in the level 1 is the one over here to the right. You see that box here to the left that says 254 right now? And then the one to the right says 255. Okay. The one on the left, that's the bid. And the one on the right, that's the ask. I'm gonna break it down so you can fully understand that. Okay. Now, on the ask, most people say that those are sellers, but that's incorrect. Okay. The ask only means is people that are offering to sell a stock. So they're really offers. They're not sellers for certain. They're just offering to sell a stock for a specific price, okay, into the future. If you can see, the price for this stock right now is 244, 245. You can see it on the top here where it says last, on the montage on top, where it says last. And I'll expand this so you can see what I'm talking about. Look, you see this box here? Okay, that one says 243. That's the price right now. Okay, now that's the price you see here. And I guess the best way to explain it is like this. Every order you see below the first row, remember the first row is just level 1. I'm going to explain to you what that is. But level 2, okay, are orders. These are all limit orders, okay? Meaning that people submit those orders ahead of time. For example, somebody here with a 244, 245, whatever. You see the 27.1? That's 27,100 shares, okay? Somebody put the order to sell 27,000 shares some time ago at that specific price. And those orders are just hanging in there, trying to make it to the first row, okay? So do you know the difference between limit orders and market orders? Do you know the difference between the two? What's that? Do you know the difference between market orders or limit orders? This, and what are the limit orders? Well, there are two types of orders. The limit orders are orders that people submit to the market ahead of time, before it even happens, right? That's why the limit orders, because they're only willing to pay a specific price for the amount of shares, right? The limit orders are people that they just don't want to spend more money on what they need to. In other words, they're only willing to either sell or buy a stock at a specific price and nothing more, nothing less. They're not willing to pay $239 when they're saying I'm willing to pay $238. You understand that? And that's not going to change. That's what they want to pay, and that's all they're going to pay. Okay? So those are limit orders. What happens is when the price is not at that level, the market price is not at that level, they're just sitting in there hanging around until it gets to the level. You understand that, right? So it goes both ways. It goes both ways. If a seller that has shares, then let's say you have 1,000 shares of this stock, but you don't want to pay that. You don't want anybody to pay you the prices there. You want to sell them for $250. You're gonna put a limit order for $250 because you're willing to accept only nothing but $250 per share, and you have 1,000 shares, right? So you want to make $2,500. So you're gonna put in your limit order ahead of time because the price is not there yet. You're gonna say, I want to sell 1,000 shares for $2.50, not $2.39, not $2.49, not $2.51. I want $2.50 and nothing else. And you put the order in there. Your order will be hanging around the list, chilling, until the price of the stock makes it to $250. You understand? That's a limit order. So that's an example of you trying to sell a stock that you already own. How about if you want to buy the stock? Okay? If you want to buy the stock, what do? Well, you do the same thing. I want to buy so many shares of this stock, and you're going to put the maximum price you're willing to pay. Understand? And you put the price. That will be also a limit order. And it will be sitting there until the price gets to the level that you're willing to pay. Now, here's the key. Always remember this, okay? If you want to go and buy, let's say, a candy like sneakers at the store, you want to buy a candy at the store, and you have 3 different stores selling the same candy, sneakers, same size. One of them is offering to sell you the candy, the sneaker, for $1. The other store is selling it to you for 50 cents. And then you have another store that is willing to sell it to you for 10 cents. Where are you going to buy the sneakers? It's the same candy, all of them, same size, everything's the same. Exactly, right? That's the key. Whenever you want to buy something, you want to buy cheap. Whenever you want to sell something, okay, let's turn it around. You own a store now, and you're selling the candies. Which store do you want to be? Exactly, because you want to make the most you can from your candy. The problem is, since the candy is available everywhere, and everybody sells sneakers, what are the likelihood of you selling a candy? Okay, forget the short. I'm telling you right now, the short is your demise. If you concentrate too much on the short, you're never gonna make it in day trading. It has nothing to do with the shorts. I'm gonna explain to you that why, okay? If you are the store that's selling the candies, you said you would like to sell it for $1 because you wanna make more money than the rest, right? Now, the sneaker candy is available everywhere, right? Every store has it. What are the chances that you're gonna be able to sell even one sneaker? Very low, right? Because you even said it. If you want to buy the candy, which store are you going to go to? The one with the 10 cents, right? So everybody's going to go to 10 cents. They're not going to go and pay $1 for you. I don't care how cute you think you are. They're not going to go to you for $1. They're going to go to 10 cents, right? That's just human behavior. You have to understand that. That's human behavior. And you're probably thinking, why are we talking about candies and sneakers? It's the foundation of the stock market, okay? It's exactly what's happening right now. Now, the same scenario. Let's assume that the store that sells the sneaker candy for 10 cents doesn't have any sneakers. And then the store that sells the candy for 50 cents doesn't have any sneakers. By the way, you happen to be the only store that has candy bars at all. What do you think is going to happen to you, to your store, and the supply of sneakers you have? Exactly. Everybody's going to go to your store and buy the candies because you're the only one that has it. You understand? So the same thing happens in the stock market. A company puts news out about a stock, and everybody likes the news. Somehow they develop the cure for cancer, right? And they put the news out at 7 o'clock in the morning. In 2 minutes, they're going to put the news out. Everybody sees the news and they're like, holy shit, I got to buy the stock, because people are greedy, right? They think because the company puts news out that they cure cancer, the stock is going to go right now from $2 all the way to $1,000, and they're going to make a profit, right? I mean, they don't know how high it's going to go, but they know it's going to go high, right? So what do? Everybody runs to the store to buy the stock, right? And they're going to be fighting now. Who's going to buy, what store they're going to buy the stock at? Do they go to 10 cents, 50 cents, or $1? They're going to go first to the 10 cents. The problem is the price for the stock is no more than 10 cents at the store. Okay? The price might be 1 cent off from the other store. And the second store, same thing. The stock is going to be 99 cents instead of $1. The other one's going to be 98 cents. The problem is the stores have limited supplies. So the moment they run out, the 97 cents, they go to 98 cents. They run out, they go to $1. They run out, they go to the other store for $1.01, $1.02, $1.03. That's the key, right? So when you see the price increasing, it just means that there's a demand for that item, okay? So supply demand, and you learned this in college. You know what it is, right? It happens in Miami all the time. When there's a hurricane coming, everybody goes to the stores and they buy water. And the store owners, they jack up the price of the water because everybody wants water. So there's a big demand, there's a small supply of water, the price goes up. Now, if there's not a hurricane season, it's a regular day, there's ample supply of water, the price will remain the same or even cheaper, right? That's supply demand. The same thing happens here in the stock market. When there's a huge demand for a stock, everybody wants to buy it, the price goes up. When the majority of the people want to sell it, the price goes cheap. You understand? So, if I want to trade to the upside to make money, right? What do I want? Do I want the price to be going up, or do I want the price to be going down? What do you think? Remember, if I'm trading to the upside, I'm not shorting, I'm trading to the upside. Do I want the price to be going? Exactly, right? Think about the hurricane, right? Everybody wants the stock, the price is going to go up. And the more people buy it, the more the price goes up, right? And that's the key. That's what I want to see. Well, how do you see that in real time? I have news for you. The chart doesn't tell you that. I'm going to explain to you in a second what the chart is. But in real time, the only way you're able to see where the price is heading is if the orders of the limit orders and the market orders are being completed in buying the stock. In other words, there's massive volume of people buying the stock, causing the price to continue to go higher. You understand that? Now, if you look at the ask here in the level 2, remember I mentioned the first column. The first column is just level 1. Anything below the first column is level 2, right? So if you see 240, 241, 242, 243, the price gets higher as it goes down on the limit order on the ask. If you see massive order sizes here, massive, and I'm going to explain, you're going to see all these orders, they're not that really big. But if you see a black line, like right now, you see 10,500, that's a big order. Just like the one in the first column now. You see that? Now, because I have them highlighted, any order of 5,000 shares or more is going to be highlighted in black with a green number, okay? Because it makes it easier to read. Now, if I have massive orders pending here on the limit, remember these are all limit, but when the market is open, this is pre-market, so we don't have market orders. Everything is limit orders, right? Right. But the limit orders can come in and just buy on the top, right? They come in and they just buy within a penny of the top, meaning that if they're buying on the ask, they're willing to pay a penny more, so they might go to 237. If they're going on the bid, they might willing to go a penny less, all the way to 35. If they buy on the bid, forget it. Not gonna be able to get anything because the price goes up. If the price is going up, the bid is lower. They're gonna have to, it's easier for them to buy in the ask. If they buy on the bid, they're just not gonna get filled. Okay. Now, you have to understand that all these orders below on the row 2 and below hasn't happened yet. They're just waiting to happen. The one on the first row, okay, that's the negotiation stage. The people are trying to agree to the price, depending on the size of orders between both sides. So you see on the bid, 2,300, 2,600, 1,200, 900. You see how fast it changes? You could see in the ask, the same thing. But if you look on the top over here where it says bid and ask combined, you could see the ratio of the shares between them as it shifts back and forth. You understand? You see that? Now, all these numbers on the order size here, I have it divided by 100 because it makes it a lot easier to read in real time. If I took that off, you will see here, that's 2,400 shares, 2,500 shares, 2,900, like that. It's just big numbers. It's a lot easier just to not have the zeros, So that's why you don't see the zeros here. But here on the tape, I'm gonna explain to you. The first row is people negotiating the price. Once they agree to a price, okay, that's the price you see here as last. That's the actual stock price, the valid, legal stock price. This number here, the last price, the actual price, is the negotiation between these two, and when they agree to exchange the shares for money. And it's recorded here on the tape. This is the tape. I'm gonna explain to you what the tape is. The tape, all it is a record. It's like a picture recording what buyers and sellers agree to exchange at a specific time for a specific price. That is it. There's nothing to it. You understand? So if you and me agree to exchange a bicycle for $5, I give you a bicycle for $5, and you give me the $5, the tape records that information on today's day at 7:06 in the morning. Him and her exchange a bike for $5. That goes on the tape. That will be one little line on the tape. And that information, once it's recorded, is what's used to create the candles in the chart. And that's why I'm telling you, what you see on the chart is already history. It's gone. Nothing in the chart can tell you what these people here are willing to accept for a stock later in time. Nobody can tell you that, because nobody can tell you the future. You understand? So if I were to draw lines like this, oh, this is support, this is and that, I'm fooling myself, because this is all transaction between people that happened in the past. You understand? None of these people, the buyers and the sellers, the same people, I'm talking about the same people, they're never going to meet ever again at the same time to exchange the same amount of shares of stock for the same price. It is never going to happen again. Okay? So logically, that should tell you that's all this information is irrelevant. It doesn't tell you jack. You understand? If I'm looking at the chart right now, it's not going to tell me what the real support is. I'm going to explain it to you later. I'm going to show you in real time so you can see. It's not going to tell you what the support is. It's not going to tell you anything. Whatever you think you see on the chart, and you put lines and you think it's support or it's resistance, you probably heard of that before, right? Well, it's garbage. It doesn't mean jack. Okay? I'm gonna show you why. You see, in a 1 minute candle, each of those candles, all it does is grab the information from the tape that took place within a minute and put it all combined in there. That's all you see. That's it. There's nothing else to it. Look, I'll show you. You see that? At 6:59, the 1 minute from 6:59 in the morning, the high was people that exchanged stock. The highest price they exchanged was 263. The lowest price was 249. Okay. The amount of shares exchanged was 102,000. That's all it tells you. That's it. And the same thing the following candle. The same thing, but they're all different. Now, if I were to put the 2 minute candle, same thing. What happened within a 2 minute gap? That's the same information. 5 minute, each candle is 5 minutes, same thing, right? And on and on and on. But this entire time, let me ask you, in the bit here, have you seen the people in the tape, okay, when they're exchanging the stock? Have you seen them pause for a minute? Have you seen a pause for 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes? No, there's no pause. You understand? So you can see that the buyers and sellers don't take breaks, but the candle takes breaks every minute. Every minute a new one is created with different crap. You understand? So how can you say that this is support when it technically, in real time, it's just continuous? It's more like this. It's one big candle. That's it, right? Because it doesn't stop. Think about it. A daily candle is really what you see in the tape because it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. So how can a chart tell you what the support is when in reality, it takes breaks every minute, but the buyers and sellers in real time, they take no breaks. Oh, because if they sell down here and then turns back up. You know how many supports and resistance happens in real time of the price outside of a 1 minute candle, a 2 minute candle? A lot. Okay. I'll tell you why. When the price stays within a range in the level 2 here, it creates a support and it creates a resistance that you could see in real time. However, that resistance, that support would not be shown in a candle. If that resistance and support does not happen to fall at the end of the candle or at the beginning of the candle. You understand? Like the candle is only 1 minute. If the price levels do not fall within the area, you're not going to see it. For example, we could look at the price here on the bid. Let me find one that is moving more. SOPA. Okay. All right. Look how, let's try to remember in your mind or if you want to get a piece of paper, and we'll go over it, the lowest the price gets right now. Let's see. It's climbing, but now it's going back down. See, 267, the lowest. I'm looking at the ask, 266. All right, so keep a mental note. 266 was the lowest price that it went. Remember? Okay, now it's back to 263. 262, it made it all the way to 262. So make a mental note. 262 is the lowest. 261 now. 262. All right, remember 261 in your mind right now. Okay, just remember 261. That is the lowest price right now in real time. Okay, if the price does not decline further than 261, okay, it's 259. It made it to 259. Now we keep a mental note. 259, the lowest, right? So we keep looking at it. 259 is the lowest. 259 is the lowest. Remember 259. Oh, 259 again. You see that? It went to 264, back to 259, and it went back up. So now it went to 258, 257. That's it. It's staying within the range of 257 and 259 as the lowest, right? You could even start thinking about that as being a support if it starts climbing back up. You see, it touched 258 again, and it left. Now it's at 268, 269, going to 270, okay? Now, think about it. It was 258, 257, right? 10 seconds ago. Now it's at 276, okay? Where does the chart tell you that that was a support? Look at the chart. Where does it say that 259 was the support? It doesn't say it, right? You see the difference? It's at 280 now. Now, remember I said it, 259 is a support. If I would have gotten in at 259 or 260, because remember, it went from 259 to 264, back to 258, to 265, back to 257, 258, and then took off. It went twice down to 259, 258 area. Remember? I said it to you in real time. The moment it did that 3 times, to me, that's support right now in real time. That's support. I would have bought in right there at 260, and I will still be in the trade. Now, from 260 to 279, 280, the price still going up, right? And look, it's about to get into the 290s. 40 cents, 30 cents, 40 cents at 1,000 shares. We're talking $300. You see the difference? Now, where in the chart does it say that 258 is a support or 257? Where? Nowhere. Nowhere. You see the difference? Nowhere. So if you want to make money to go into the upside in a trade, well, I need to know the support levels. I need to see the resistance level in real time, make a mental note what they are or write them down, observe, be patient, and the key is the volume and the orders being filled. Remember, when I say orders being filled is whatever is pending down here on the ask, you can see the price is bigger. If you see large orders here and small orders in the bid, more likely than not, the price is going up, right? Now, that's the edge I'm looking for. That's the edge. I want to see those big orders flying to the top, to the first row. Because when they're flying to the top, that means the price is increasing. Okay? I'm going to be in that trade as the price continues to increase. The moment the price slows down, I will be out. So the scenario about 259, I would have gotten in at 260. The moment it went all the way to 285, 286, that it started going back down to 284, I would have sold at 284. That's it. It's over. You understand? The trade was over. Most of the time, the trades are only 15 to 30 cents. That's it. But that's enough to make good money every day if you know what you're doing and you use risk management the proper way. For example, instead of buying in maximum capital amount in shares, I buy in the first time I go in with a small size, very small, less than 1% of the account value. Okay? As the price is increasing in cents, not going back down to the support level, and as the price breaks the resistance that I was able to tell in real time, I'll add more. And if it continues adding, I'll add more. I'll continue adding up to 3 or 4 times, more. And the moment I see the price changing back down within 2 cents, I'm out and I walk away with all my profits. That is the difference between trading and gambling. People that are gambling, they come here, they draw all these crazy lines on a chart because they don't know how to read the tape. They don't know how to read the level 2. They cannot tell in real time what the level of support and resistance is and which way the orders are going and being filled. And they just go in there with a stop loss. It's like, let's hope for the best. No, man, that's gambling. You know what I mean? Like, that's not it. That's not day trading. That's not trading like that. No. When you want to trade, you want to know more likely than not that if you put your money in there, more likely than not, your money is going to come back to you the same way with profits. You understand? And that's the key. You only go in when you are absolutely certain that there's a strong likelihood that the money is coming back to you the same way, plus profits. You understand? If you don't have that in front of you, if you don't see that in real time, then you don't trade. You do not trade, because other than knowing with absolute certainty that there's a strong likelihood the trade is going to go in your favor, you're just guessing. You're just hoping. You're gambling. You understand? The only way to know that the price is going up when I'm going to the upside is by determining the support in real time, seeing the amount of orders coming in, and seeing the orders being filled, and that their buyers are in the house. Now, I'm going to explain to you more in detail and you're going to see it. But that's basically like the big picture. Now, you've seen movies before. You've seen auction house. You know what that is, right? An auction house. So let's say that an auction house is selling a pair of shoes you have. Let's say they're stinky shoes. We call them stinky shoes. All right. You take them to the auction house, and you tell the person working there, say like, hey, I want to get rid of the shoes. What's the best price you could get me? The guy's like, let's start the price at 100. All right, fine. So the guy goes there, they fill the room with a bunch of people buying, and the guy starts, blah, 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 blah. Do I hear 100? Do I hear 100? Some guy there, I hear 120. I hear 120, 120, 120. Do I hear 120? Going once, going 20, 150. And they start fighting the price for your stinky shoes. And everybody in the room, they start beating the price up to like $700, right? What does that tell you? That people want to buy your stinky shoes, right? There's only one pair of shoes, and they're all fighting for that pair of shoes by bringing the price up. And that's exactly what happens in the ask. A bunch of buyers want to buy the stock at that price, but there's not enough. So other buyers want to pay more, and they 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 want to pay more. And they bring the price up and up and up. That's what I want to see. How do I see that? You see those black letters? I mean, the black box with the green letters on the sides? Those are large orders. Those are greater than 5,000 shares, right? So every time I see a bunch of them on the ask, and very little on the bid, that tells me one thing: price is going up. If indeed they make it here to the tape, meaning that they agree to it. You understand? So the auction house is the best way to explain how there's a huge demand for your stinky shoes, where buyers are fighting for the price of the stinky shoes. In other words, they're willing to pay more for your stinky shoes. right? And that's what you want to see in the stock market. I want to see people fighting to get the stock, to buy the stock, causing the price to continue going higher and higher and higher. How do I see that? Well, I see that by having huge number of buyers reflected through the orders, right? The large orders, right? Think of the orders as buyers, right? The more you have, the more they're going to increase the price. And if you look at the bid, those are the people trying to pay the least amount for the stinky shoes. Well, if you have more buyers fighting for the price, bringing the price up, you will have less people trying to buy for less, right? Because everybody wants it. Remember the supply demand theory, hurricane and the water? Everybody wants the water, so the price is going up. It's the same thing. Everybody wants the stock, the price is going to go up. If nobody wants the stock or it's half-half, the price is going to stay the same or it's going to lower. But if I'm going to trade to the upside, what do I want to see? I want to see the price going up. Exactly. I want everybody buying the water, right? Because the water is going to get more expensive. Because I'm going to buy the water like at $1. I'm going to sell it for $5 to whoever wants to sell it. Now, in the auction house, the stinky shoes example. When the guy that works at the auction house, auctioneer, auctioneer, whatever, when that guy says the price stops, let's say at 500 for the stinky shoes, and he goes, do I hear 500 going once, 500 going once, 500 going twice, 500 going twice, and nobody buys it? What does that tell you? That's it. There are no more buyers that are willing to pay more, right? And if no buyers are willing to pay more, then the price starts to decline. In the auction house, they're just gonna legally they have to sell it for 500 because that's the highest price. But in the stock market, they don't have to sell it at that moment. They could also shift back down. They could go, okay, do I hear 450, 400, 350, 300? You see that? It can go right back down. Now, if I'm trading to the upside, do you know when I'm gonna get out? Let's say I got in the previous example, I got in at 259, 260, and it went all the way to 286, right? Do you know when I'm gonna get out? I'm gonna get out the moment I hear the guy at the auction house going once, going twice. Imagine the price of 286. 286, do I hear 287 going once, going twice? The moment the guy says that, I sold, I'm out. That's it. Why? Because there's nobody else willing to buy. And if nobody else is willing to buy at a higher price, well, we know the price is going to go where? Exactly. It's going to go down. So how do you know when in the marketplace, the auction person in there starts saying going once, going twice? When do you see that in real time? The chart doesn't tell you that. How do you think you see that in the chart? I mean, in the platform. That's right. The first row in the level 2 will tell you. How does it tell you? Oh, look at the price right now. 243, right? Let's say it had climbed all the way from 230 to 243. Now it's at 242.41. That's it. It's over. I'm out. When the price declines on the ask, in comparison to steady increase to the upside, that's the person at the auction house saying going once, going twice, get out, right? If you hold it beyond that, you're at risk of losing your money. And that'll be the stupid thing to do. Now, you could get out there. And as a matter of fact, the price could go from 286, the prior example, I didn't trade it, but we went along with it in the level 2. If the price would have made it to 286, and you see it going to 285, 284, that's it, 284, I'm out. Hey, it could shift back and it could go 285, 286, 287, 288, 289, but ultimately, within a few cents or whatever, it's gonna go back down again. Even if you miss the last 10 cents, who cares? You walk away with your profit. Do you understand? Right. So what I do, and that's where risk management comes in, and that's a whole different topic. I explained to you when I buy in. I'll buy in with a small size, then I'll add more, up to 4 times. As the price continues to increase in front of my eyes in the level 2 in real time. The moment the guy goes once, twice, I'm out. Now, usually when I'm out, instead of selling everything, I sell most of everything. I will sell 80%. Okay? I sell 80%. Then what I do is I will leave 20% just in case it goes back up to 285, 286, 287, 290 and beyond. I still make money. But if I sell at 284 and I leave 20% in and that thing declines to like 280, I'll give it some room. I'm out too. You understand? I'm just leaving a small little amount behind. So if the market happens to continue back up, because I don't know what's going to happen, I still can make money. But if it continues to go down, I don't lose that much money. You understand? And that's the key. That's where risk management comes in. And that's why I'm saying this cannot be done emotionally. It has to be done with a cool head, believing that the only one that knows everything is the market, and the market is going to tell you what you need to know. And that's it. The market tells you exactly when to sell because the price changes, right? And the market tells you when to buy because of the massive amount of volume and price increase that comes into play. These things has nothing to do with the chart, as I explained. I show you in real time how the key level support is not even reflected in the chart, right? Like the chart cannot tell you that. Charts cannot tell you that. The charts only tell you what happened already in the past. But the past is no good for me because the past doesn't tell me anything about what's going to happen in the future, which is what I care about. And nobody tells you that. The market cannot tell you that. I cannot tell you that. Nobody. If anybody ever tells you that they can tell you what the market is going to do, they're lying to you. Okay? They're lying to you because nobody knows. World War III could break out tomorrow. Nobody would know. Right? By the time they see it, it's too late. The market already collapsed. So nobody can tell you the future. Not even a chart. I don't care what lines you put through there. It will never tell you the future. It's not going to tell you with a high degree of certainty that the price is going to go where you want it to go. As a matter of fact, you should never trade with a mind frame that you want the price to go in a certain way and it must go that way, because you have no control over the market at all. The market does what the market does. You either go with it or you don't. Two things are going to happen. You either profit or you're going to crash. If you follow your emotions, if you follow your thinking, whatever biases you have, you're going to crash. That's gambling. That's not trading. Trading is easy. You buy at a low price with the aim of selling it at a higher price, and you pack the difference. You pocket the difference. That's profit, right? That's the key. There's no hoping. I'm not thinking it might go up, it might go down, it might do this. I don't need to think any of that because the level 2 tells me exactly what it's doing, right? So if I follow exactly what the market is doing, I have to make the decision, get in or get out. That's it. That's up to me. That's not the market. You understand it better like that? Yeah. Now, the same thing works in Forex too, believe it. And crypto and all that. The problem I have with those is that, for example, in Forex, the capital needed for that and the movements are not as quick as as you'll find in equities. And in crypto, well, whoever has the most crypto could make the market move in a certain way. So it's to manipulate it. So, well, I mean, volatility is good. It's manipulated. Yeah. If you have $1 billion in a crypto, you pretty much control which way it goes. You know, because if you buy a lot of it, it's going to go a certain way. If you sell a lot of it, it's going to go a certain way, you know. And so, you know, the equity is a little bit different because of the massive amount of money involved. Anyways, to explain another thing, okay, if this stock that I have open right now, FTEL, all right, if you see the orders here, you can see the 5, that's 500, right? Remember, just add 2 zeros. But whenever you see the black box with the green numbers, those are orders that are greater than 5,000. Why am I even indicating that? Well, here's the thing. I'm going to show you something. It really helps to put the volume being transacted in real time in a matter as dollars. Why? Because it puts it in perspective how much money it really takes to make that candle. I'll give you an example. This one here is 204,000 shares. So I'll take the average price of 250. 204,000 shares. That's $500,000. I mean, it's a good chunk of money, right? I mean, not everybody has $500,000 laying around in account, you know, in the house, much less to trade. But it took $500,000 to create that little candle. But when you see a massive, huge candle, look at this one, 429,000 shares. Now you're talking about $1 million, 1.1 million. Okay, they're still not that big. The market hasn't opened yet. But when the market opens and you see a huge candle and you look at the volume and you're talking $40 million, $50 million within a span of a minute, what does that tell you? Who's buying, right? Like, who's really buying? That's not Jane Doe or John Doe, whatever. That's not regular retail trader doing that. That's deep pockets. I mean, dropping $40 million in a matter of a minute. That's deep pockets, you know, like the huge volume. So you could tell by the order sizes on the level 2, when you see massive order size volume pending there, in your mind, you could do the math. I mean, it's $252 a share, and you see 50,000 shares. You already know, you know, there's money being dumped, right? So, and that's the key. When there's a lot of money being put into buying a stock or even selling, that can shift which way the price goes, right? So if I'm going to be trading to the upside, like I said, I want with a high degree of certainty that the price for certain is going to be climbing. And more likely it will continue climbing. So what do I need to be able to do that? I need to know the support level in real time. Not talking about the chart. I could make that tiny. I don't care about the chart. I'm talking about what the level 2 tells me, what the support is, and resistance in real time, and whether there's pending orders down here beyond the resistance. And that's really the key to be able to tell that. Any questions you have? All right. So now, why I do this in the morning at 6:45? Well, usually a lot of the companies that put news out at 7, 7:30, 8, 8:30 or to 9, and then sometimes even after that, they put news out. And there's certain criteria of the stock that I trade that they have a strong likelihood of having those spikes that are 1 or 50 cents, 40 cents, or beyond that. I want that. Why? Because like I said, I go in, let's say 250, it flies to 286, I'm making 30 cents a share. If I'm buying 1,000 shares, 3,000 shares, 10,000 shares, 20,000 shares, I'm making hundreds of dollars, right? In a matter of seconds. And I'll show you the risk management. I go into it and all that, but that's the key. That's why I only trade low float stocks. Now, the float of a stock is the amount of shares that are available for trading between buyers and sellers. Okay. So any stock that has 25 million shares or under is kind of small, in the sense that if that stock has breaking news, that's going to cause people to go buy and sell, and you only have 25 million shares available for trading or under that. And if the volume increases, it adds pressure to the price spiking, right? So that's pretty much why low float is important for day trading, because the chances of the price fluctuating 30 cents, 15 cents, 40 cents is greater than a stock that has a large float, meaning like Nvidia or something like that, or Tesla or whatever, because more likely than not, the price is not going to be changing too much. It's going to stay within a small range because there's so much available shares that the supply and demand is not going to be extreme. I want the supply and demand to be extreme. Going back to the water example in a hurricane season, I want in a scenario like that in a big city that there's only one store with 5 boxes of water. You understand? That's all they can sell, nothing else. You can imagine how crazy the price is going to go. So it's the same thing in the stock. The smaller the float. Now, also, stocks between $2 and $15 is ideal because they tend to move the most. There's a greater chance of them moving more. And also relative volume. In average, in a year, every stock has an average volume per day, right? And I have it here, I can show you. I'll show you right here. You see this right here? So for SOPA, the stock that we have on right now, in a year, okay, the average volume has been 2.22 million, right? So in any single day, the average volume has been 2.22 million. In other words, they get the volume, they get the data for every day in the whole year, they divide it by the number of days in a year, and that's the number, right? So if that's the average, it could be a little bit more, it could be a little bit less, but that's the average. Look at the volume today right here, 9.2 million, right? So you could see that there's an increase of volume of shares being transacted between buyers and sellers today. Why? There's probably news, or there's probably something going on with a stock that there's an increased demand of people buying and selling, right? And I could click on the news and find out, yeah, the past TMG, social, live commerce platform, something. All right, so there's news. The news causes people to go buy and sell this stock more than what it does on a normal day. Okay, now that difference between today's volume and the average volume for the past year, that difference is the relative volume. I want the stock to have a high relative volume, meaning that instead of this thing trading at the average of 2.2 million, it's trading way greater than that, at least 5 times greater than that. And it's there. It's trading at 5 times that, right? That's what I want to see. Why do I want to see that? There's a stronger likelihood of the price being moved further because there's so much demand of people buying and selling. You understand? And that causes the price to change even more. And why do I want the price to change like that? Well, like I said, I get in at 250, I get out 280. That's 30 cents profit per share. A 1,000 shares, you know, at 10,000 shares, that makes a difference. I mean, to me at least, it beats having a job, right? And that's the key. Now, when I use dash trading, there's three really big platforms that professionals use. I mean, some professional companies, they use their own proprietary type of trading system, but they're mostly available to the people, to the public, that the pretty professional level standard will be dash trader. Lightspeed has one as well. I think the other company is, I'll find out right now. Give me a second. Forgot the name right now because I've been using dash trader for a long time, so I don't really mess with the other ones. Sterling Trader. Okay, so Sterling Trader Pro, Dash Trader Pro, and Lightspeed. All three of those, they use, they have direct market connection. They have a direct internet connection, network connection to the exchanges. Okay. Well, I know for a fact that Dash Trader has the server right next to the servers for NASDAQ in New Jersey. They have it right there next to it. They have rooms where certain companies who have their own servers there, and they actually have the cable connected directly to it. So in trading, not only are your skills and your knowledge the key, and your emotional control, but also your ability to get in and get out very fast to the market. So the faster you can get to the market, the best for your orders to be filled, and the greater the chance you have. All those things make a difference. So if somebody uses a broker that doesn't have direct access to the exchange, well, there's always a little delay, right? Because those brokers, usually the brokers that are for free, that people don't pay commission, they sell your data in a matter of milliseconds before it even makes it to the market. And that's enough for other firms to have an advantage, an edge. So everything counts in this game. So I use Dash Trader because it's not only the hotkeys are, I think, the best ones for in and out, also the connection to the marketplace it's outstanding. I mean, it's very fast. Okay. I have never really encountered any issues with Dash Trader. As a matter of fact, when the price is about to get halted, and you see it during the market day, if there's any halts, as the price is about to get halted or whatever, sometimes it's about to get halted and I could still send my order and it gets filled in a matter of like splits of a second. It still gets through it. Where if you have another broker that you don't pay commission or fees or whatever, that is free, you might not have that speed. You might not be able to do that. You might not get filled when you want to get filled. But when you're trying to make money in the market, even that counts, right? Even that counts. So I say, And that's the hotkeys, how they're set. That's how you have, you gotta have the hotkeys set. So, all right, we're just waiting for the market. And now, if you have any questions, let me know. Just waiting and see if anything comes up. Now, the key is being patient. The key is having the patience to just do nothing, honestly. Do nothing until the setup is absolutely in your favor. That's it. Nothing. And risk management. Risk management. Small size. Once the market confirms that you were right, profit-wise, by giving you profits, then I'll add more. I'll add more. That's what I would do. That's just my strategy. Anyways, the rules are here on the screen. And excuse my voice, everybody. I've been fighting this cold now. I don't know how far. I think it's been like 2 weeks. Still kicking my behind. Now look at the order size here. Look at the orders flying up in comparison to the bid, right? They're greater here on the ask. Now the float small. Let me see if it has news. It has news. Okay. I'm not going to be able to determine support here because it's just flying up. Now what happens when something like that, and I could see the price is just not declining, I'll wait. I'll give it a few, see if it waits. Look, there's a pullback right now. 193. Okay. But look at the size of the orders: 13,000, 12,000, 14,000, 16,000, 18,000. Now it's 192. So the key is patience. You see something moving like that, you wait, you wait, you wait until you can establish a support 192. Now, when I'm able to tell the support and the resistance, I want the buying power, not only to break through the resistance. I wanted to slam the resistance with power buying. Like I want it not just above it, at the resistance and beyond. I want that continuation. So you see, went all the way to 182. I got in with small size. Okay. All I'm doing is looking at the ask. My average is 196. $195, $194, $93. Okay, remember I went in with a small size. So you see the red box in the thing right here, the little red triangle? That's what would be my stop loss. No, I entered the green one. The red one is my stop loss. The numbers up here on the top, 189, that's the stop loss. Now, there's no stop loss in pre-market. Like that doesn't work in pre-market. It's all limit orders. You can't do market orders. But the platform still tells me what it is, so I can do it myself. I could just leave, get out, right? That's it. The price has not gone below 189 yet. I think it touched 189, but not below 189, which I would have sold immediately. All right, I'm out. All right. So that's it. I don't have to think about it too much, right? If the price declines to my stop loss, even 1 penny behind, I'm out. The buying, this is a perfect example to show you. The thing went all the way to 196. The price went down to 192. Remember, 191, 192. It went back up. I got in on the second time for the break of the resistance, but it just didn't happen. And it's okay. It's okay. There's nothing in the book saying that it's always going to be favorable or it's always going to be happening. No, we don't know that. That's the key, right? But I go in with a small size, so it doesn't matter. I try it out. I wanted to see if the volume goes higher, but it failed to go higher, which is fine. It didn't go in my favor. What was the harm? $5. That's a testing fee to the market. If I would have been right, I would have made way more than just $5. You understand? And that's the key. Now, am I gonna hold it beyond the stop loss for 189 because I'm hoping it's gonna climb right? No, of course not. The market doesn't say anything about hoping. I'm looking at the level 2. I only see numbers. I don't see letters of saying hope. Wait for hope. Expect this. It's going to happen. It doesn't say any of that. It just gives me numbers. You understand? So there's no room in my mind to be thinking of anything but numbers. That's it. Nothing else. And nothing really beats finding the price in real time in the level 2. Nothing. The key, even if you have a small percentage of winners and more losers than winners, the key is waiting for the proper entry, and that's it. There has to be increased volume. It has to be, first, like I said, you got to determine the support and the resistance in real time in the level 2. That's it. And you need the key really is what the intent is of the buyers. Okay? If the buyers intend to massively buy the share of the stock, even at a higher price, well, I want the market to show me that. And the market will show me that through the orders, massive orders being filled in real time as the price goes up. Anything short of that, then I don't get in because I don't have an edge. My edge is knowing that there's a stronger likelihood that the price is going to increase and continue to increase. That's it. That's the only edge I have. Because I cannot tell the future. The chart cannot tell the future. The studies cannot tell me what is going to happen. All that information is after the fact. They don't tell you what's ahead. So if I follow my rules, I only get in those specific circumstances, then I have a stronger likelihood of making profit. Now, if I get in following my rules, if I get in while following my rules and it just doesn't work out, that's fine. The loss will be minimum compared to the profits when it does work out. And that's the key. It's okay. When I jump in, everything looked fine. High volume going up. I saw the high volume here in real time. We saw the large orders. We saw the support being created right here at 187, 188. Okay. I didn't jump in right there. I waited until the price went back up to in the 195, 196, which was a resistance for the break of the resistance. But at the moment I did that, like that's it. That's it. There was nothing else. There was no strong buying. The orders disappeared. That's it. Time to go. And look what happened ever since. The price declined. Now, if I would have not followed my strategy and I would have not followed the level 2 data, like the numbers, and I would have put words in there like hope, it will be back. Expect for it to come back. It's going to go higher. Hold on to it. I would have lost all this in money. From 189 all the way down here to 169, 20 more cents per share. I would have lost all that money because of hoping, expecting, thinking it's going to go somewhere. It's not. It's not. We don't know that. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know we just don't know. We don't know the future, and that's the key. You react to the market. You execute based on what the market is telling you, not your thinking. The moment you do it with your thinking, you're done. You're finished. You're gambling. you know, and that's the reality. So it takes practice. It takes a while. I strongly recommend using a professional platform, the closest thing to a professional platform with a good connection, and just practice and practice and practice with the same until you get it, until you get the strategy down, your own strategy that works for you. And then the reality is it will take money to practice with money because your emotions are not the same ever when there's money on the line. You know, everybody's ready for a fight until they get punched in the face. You know what I mean? And then it's like, okay, what do we do now? Yeah, and that's the key, right? Can you get punched in the face and still fight as you plan? That's the key. Your emotions are going to be high. Now, I think Dash Trader got cheaper now. If you go to Dash Trader now, I think it's Dash Trader Pro. I think the payment, I think it went down to like $150 a month, which is good. It used to be like almost $300 back in the days. It used to be more. It's $150 a month, I think now. It includes the data and everything you need. You can, I believe, connect it through your broker. By the way, Dash Trader Pro, or anybody in YouTube listening, like they don't pay me nothing. I'm just recommending it based on my experience. I make no money from anybody that I mentioned here when it comes to platform. Nothing. I don't care. I don't do that. I'm just telling you from my own experience. To me, it's a very good tool. So now, one strategy I use at times is if I get in here with a small share size and immediately turns on me, sometimes what I do is I sell immediately like 80% of it and then let that remaining 20% either hit my stop loss or see if the market climbs back up. Sometimes I do that. I didn't do it this time. I just sold it, but just to keep that in mind that I might do that. So the key is really waiting, absolutely waiting until there's a strong likelihood that the trade is going to go in your favor if you jump in. If I jump in, that is it. Waiting and waiting until absolutely I can tell through the level 2 that there's a strong likelihood if I put my money out there, it's going to come back to me with some profits. That's it. I'm not playing anything else. I'm not touching anything else. As a matter of fact, I don't even need the chart. I could just leave it like that. Clearly, this is the backside of the move, right? Because the highest was what? 309, 299 today? What is it? Let me see. 309. 309 was the highest. So clearly, anything below 309, that's it. There's no trade. It is over. Now, look at BNI. Okay, perfect example. Okay, you see the candles. I'm looking at the level 2. All right, it went back to 159. Okay, went down to 159, but it continued to the upside. But I'm looking at massive orders on the bid too. So there's a lot of orders beating the price down. Okay, and that's not good to see for me. All right, look at those massive orders on the bid, on the ask. Also, okay, in comparison to the bid, whenever I say massive orders on the ask, just automatically compare it to the bid. You can see which one is greater. Look at the 170. Large shares on the 170. 168, 170. Okay. It didn't go back to 163. 162, 163. Okay, now it's going back to 163. So I'll wait. I'll see if it hits 163 again. If it hits 163 from 168, now I know in real time 163 will be the support if it doesn't break below that. And 168 is kind of like the resistance in real time because it's just fluctuating between the two. All right, 164, 163. You see? Okay, it went back up again. Now let's see if it breaks through 168. Okay, looking at the level 2. Let's see if it breaks. Now the high of the day is 191. So this is kind of like the backside climbing back up again, right? So just waiting. All right. Price fluctuating. So the bid is at 163, but look at the order size on the bid in comparison to the ask. It was larger. Now it's in the ask. So my concern is that large orders on the bid, they're bidding the price down. Okay? Because remember, the bid goes lower, 164, 163, 162, like that. If I see a lot of orders, hanging out there, that tells me it's a strong likelihood it's just going to go down. I need the large orders to be on the ask. So why am I going to jump in? I'm not jumping in, not yet. I need absolute certainty that there's a strong likelihood it's going to be climbing. All right, so remember, 163 was the lowest. 168 was the highest. Now I'm in. It went back to 168. Look at the size of the orders, 170. Remember, I mentioned 170 earlier. Now, if it hits 170 and the price continues to increase, to me, that means lots of buying power right now in real time. If it decreases, that means not enough buying power, right? Not enough commitment from buyers. So I'm just hanging out. Okay, it went down to 166. Hasn't hit 170 yet. I'm waiting for 170. 168. Now my stop loss is at 161. Just 2 pennies below the 163 support I mentioned. That's in real time. No candle can tell me this, okay? This is real time. No candle can tell me that. All right, 169. Let's see what happens at 170. All right, that's it. I'm out. It failed to go to 170. All right, no reason to hang out. No reason to stay there. It's not giving me profit. It's not giving me profits. That's it. I'm out. And look what happens to the price. Continues going down. Why am I going to hold it? That's stupid. Not going to hold it. Literally, the market is telling me the price is going down. It failed to get to 170. All right. If it failed to get to 170, that tells me there's no strong commitment to continue to the upside. You think me thinking I want it to go up, it must go up. Oh my God, it's so much powerful. It has to go up. You think that's going to cause the market to go up? Absolutely not. That would be me being stupid. Okay? And allowing my biases and my mind to take over, my emotions taking over what the reality is telling me in the market, that it's going down. Okay? That's why I don't bother with the charts. The charts misleads your mind by telling you crap that is not there. Remember the support 162, 163? Look where the price is at. 162, 163. You see that? This time around. But back here, the candle doesn't tell you that's a support. People won't draw a line through that. People draw lines through down here. This is the lowest of the day. This is support. No, in real time, the support was 63. That's it. 163. If I buy in right now, well, it's creating a new support now, 162. Okay, in real time. I won't buy in right now because just there's no large orders or nothing like that on the ask. But you get the point. The support level being created in real time is not reflected on the chart by no lines. Like there's no such thing. So whatever lines you created back here because of this, it's going this way, that way, whatever, it's not going to tell you in real time what's going to happen. It doesn't. So people, they put so much information in their mind that clouds their logical thinking. And logical thinking is the market is telling you in real time the price levels. All you have to do is look at it. Mentally annotate what's the support, what's the resistance, and then execute only when there's strong likelihood in your favor. Nothing else. That's it. Anything beyond that, you're gambling 101. That's it. It's a game of chance. You're just throwing your money out there to see what happens. And that's why day trading has such a negative stigma. Everybody, oh, you're gambling, you're gambling. It's like, yeah, if you don't know what you're doing, you're gambling for sure. I can tell you that too. And you know what? You could put it into perspective if you think about it. All right, so in real time, the market tells you exactly what the support level is, what the resistance is, which way the price more likely than not is going to go. I mean, you could see all that in real time. No chart could ever tell you that because, past action, as recorded in a chart, is not indicative of what the future action will be for certain. Like, nobody tells you that. They cannot. It would be so stupid to even think that it does. It's illogical, all right? Completely illogical. If you guys like what you see, please smash that like. And thank you for joining us. We started today at 6:45 on the live stream. I'm gonna aim to do that each day. I think at the end of the week, though, we're taking a couple of days off, but you get the drift next week when everything begins. We'll get back on it. Hope you guys have a great Happy New Year and holidays with your loved ones. So, like I was saying earlier, the key here is risk management at all times, no matter what. And the level two is the actual. I mean, that's the marketplace, and it tells you really the price that people are willing to buy, and the prices that people are willing to sell. You could tell when the price fails to stay within those areas. You can create the support and the resistance level in real time. I mean, that's priceless. Like no chart could ever show you that. You can think about it. The charts are limited to like 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, whatever. You can, if the support is created in the level two, like in the middle of a chart or in the middle of a candle, the candles doesn't tell you that. Doesn't tell you that. That's the truth. Doesn't tell you that. All right. There's nothing. We're just waiting for 8:30 to see if any news comes up. But so far, there's nothing, no news causing any stock to move good. So we're just waiting on that. See if anything comes up, any news comes up that makes it, move a little. The main thing is always risk management. That's why I go in with a small size. I only add when the market confirms um, the speculation that I have. That's it. And only getting in based on the strategy, no matter what, with real factual evidence that I see in real time through the tape. Because everything on the chart is history. Like that already took place. And the same people, the same amount of stock, the same amount of volume, like that's not going to happen ever again the same way. That's a one time thing and that's it, it's over. People don't understand that. If you really think about it, again, everybody, I'm sorry, my voice is, I've been dealing with this cold now for at least a week, and it's just been tough. Anyways, if you really think about it, back in the early 1900s, traders, the only thing they used to make money out of the market was the level two, the tape, just the tape. They didn't even have level two, they had the tape. That's all they had, the tape. They could see in real time the amount of shares and the price levels in real time every 15 minutes. That's all they saw. And they make the decisions to trade based on which way the price was going with the amount of volume. They can tell large volume, while the price is increasing, clearly indicates there's a lot of buying, right? If the price is decreasing, large volume, there's a lot of selling. That's it. That's all they had. And they still made fortunes just looking at the tape. What does that tell you about the charts? It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. That's why I made them small, so people could see I don't rely on them. And so we're just waiting and see if anything good comes up. Now, again, my strategy, to make it simple, to make it short, the stock criteria, at least, just to tell you, there have to be a small float, preferably anything below 25 million shares, relative volume at least 5 times for the day, although, even 3 times sometimes is fine. There has to be some type of news or something that is causing people to trade it more, like a news or some type of catalyst. Relative volume, the volume so far for the day needs to be at least 1 million shares. Anything less than that is just not something I'll trade. And the stock price needs to be at least $2. Sometimes I'll trade between $1 and $2, but mainly $2. Between $2 and $15 is fine. And that's basically it. So I'm just waiting for the proper timing for me to find something worth trading. So let's take a look and see if we could determine the support in real time, right? So 153. I still do not see large orders on the ask, right? Like I don't see them. Now I see one, 15,000 shares. Let's see 157. Let's see if it goes back to 153. All right, I'm gonna wait for the pullback. 157. The larger orders on the bid, so they're bidding the price down. I'm waiting to see if it's 153. I'm waiting. 154, 155. All right, 159, 160. Okay, well, let's see if it pulls back again. 157, 158, back to 159. So pretty much 153 hasn't been touched again. 154, 153. Since like 2 minutes ago or a minute ago. All right. I think it's fair to say if it didn't go back to 154 again. So look, 24,000 orders on the bid. Let's see if it goes back down. I don't like the large orders on the bid, so that's why I'm not. Yeah, I don't see large orders. Okay, this is it for me. 68. Okay, small pullback. But it's definitely not going to get back to 154. And that's what I'm looking for. Doesn't go below 160. All right, that's massive orders right there, 167. 166. And again, it's a small size of shares, managing the risk. Okay. It pushes be above 170, 170 something, then I'll add more. But the commitment from buyers, the intent for them to buy more is not there right now. That's why I decline. Remember the 154 support I mentioned? There you go. It's climbing back up. Now the orders on the ask are larger than the bid. Wow, 48,000 shares. All right, so you see that in real time? Second time it doesn't go below 160. All right, second time it doesn't go below 160. Definitely didn't get to 154, which was the support previously. That's in real time. Let's see if it breaks 160, I'm out. I'm looking at the ask. Because 160 is the new support. So if it breaks below that, I'm out. In real time. And again, it's a small size of shares. Okay, I only increase it if the market confirms I'm right and the price goes up and I make a profit. If not, I'm just testing the water right now. Okay, there's no need to test the water with large amount of shares. That's stupid. All right, I'm out. That's it. That's it. I tested the market. Didn't work. It didn't. There's no commitment or intent from buyers to keep the price going higher. That's it. Small amount of shares. Testing the water only. It looks like that was the new support, right? Now we'll wait. If it breaks 170 with power, if there's no power in real time, there's nothing to do there. I need massive power. What is massive power? Massive amount of shares. Like right now, look, 51,000 shares. $23,000, $22,000. And you could look at the volume of the shares and you could see how it increases. You could look at the tape as well, which way they're going. By the way, it's kind of like the backside, because remember the high pre-market was 190. I'm looking for a powerful move to 190. I'm above that, but I have yet to see the power. Okay, now it's shifting a little bit. Look at the ask. Look at the number of the orders on the ask. I'm gonna see if it pulls back to 160. I'll buy in at 160, small amount of shares. 162, 163. Okay. Here I'm in. Small amount again. Looking for the break of 170. Now, if it breaks 170, I want to see massive order on 170. And I do see it. Look at the level 2 on the ask at 170, 5,200 shares, 5,300 shares. At 168, 10,000, 8,400 now, 5,300. All those shares I've gone through. I'm looking at the tape, 7,100. Let me see if it go 168, 169. Okay. Let's see. There's still 5,800 shares at 170. Let's see what happens. Oh, there you go. There you go. What happened here? You see that? $175. Massive movement. I think I pressed the wrong key here. Something happened. Okay. Now I'm looking for it to continue upward. All right, it's declining a little bit. Okay, look at the orders on the ask. They're greater than the bid. Okay. That's a lot of orders on the ask. Okay. Strong buying power. Now remember, I added more shares. Okay, my support level, I'm looking at a 170. Okay, it goes below that, I start selling. All right, let me start selling. But if it climbs back up, then I'll buy. That's massive orders on the ask. Okay. There's strong buying. There's still strong buying. If you look at the orders on the ask compared to the bid, which one is greater? Definitely the ask. All right. Look at the buying pressure on the ask. Look at those orders, 8,500. See, look at 179, 178. Okay. So I'm just going to let it run as it continues to climb. All right, 179 so far is the highest we've seen in this trade, this swing. Okay, back down 178. But as long as there's still strong buying, look at those orders. Wow. As long as there's still, it's picking up even more now. You could feel it. You could see it in real time. Look at that. It went to the support again, 170. I said a new support. So I'll be my buying level. I'll buy more. Okay. One 169, 170. There's still larger orders on the ask. There you go, 170, 171. And look how it's running upward. Look how fast it moves. Okay. Keep an eye on the odor size and the speed that the odors flow to the top. So clearly 168 is the support, new support. 178 seems to be like the resistance around there, 177. So we'll okay, so it's decreasing 168, 169. All right. There's still a lot of orders on the ask in comparison to the bid. Okay. You could tell the prices down the line. There's one large one at 168 for the bid. We'll see if he makes it there. Gets filled. But the price action is really the volume price action seen in the level 2 is the key to be able to determine the support levels in real time and the resistance in real time. Okay, look at this, the size of those orders on the ask. And the price hasn't really declined a lot. It's a couple of pennies. It's not a lot. Okay. When you have large orders on the ask and the price rarely declines, that's strong buying. Evidence of strong buying. When you take supply and demand theory into account, now let's see if it breaks again the 178, 179 threshold. All right. I mean, the orders on the ask are still much greater than the bid. Okay. And they're getting filled without the price declining dramatically or anything like that. You know, it's a penny here, a penny there, but nothing big. I mean, my average is 171. So literally 3-4 cents behind me, behind the average. Not a lot. I even said the support initially was 160s, low 160s, then 170. It definitely went below 170. So we're keeping that in mind. But as long as the orders on the ask of buying are strong, all right, so I'm going to start selling little by little if it continues to decrease. But look at the orders on the ask. They're pretty big. Now it's 9:06. The market opens at 9:30. I don't like holding anything when the market opens, so I'm gonna have to start making decisions soon. Hi, good morning, Center Star. Drakov, good morning. All right, gotta start cutting the losses here. All right. That's it. 160 was the original support, and it made it there. So no question that it fell to continue to the upside. Okay. There's no argument there. So start selling little by little. Now, that was the original support, 160, when we started. I just bought a lot of more shares as it went up. But I mean, the volume on the ask, the orders, they're still heavy. They're still pretty strong. And I already sold like 3,000 shares. So which conversation you're referring to, Center Star? You mean last week on? So confirmed the original support was 160. This thing confirmed it. It went back up. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I was trying to explain that the level 2 tells you resistance support levels in real time. Nothing beats that. Like this thing confirmed right now, 160 being support, right? So, and I initially got in around 160. I just bought more and more shares. But definitely, if he continues to drop below 160, that's it. These are losses, and it's time to move on. Yeah, I guess everybody have different perspective on what it is. But I tell you what, though, do you know who creates the support? The support line? What? Who creates the support? Support is created by buyers. That's it. Buyers create the support level, and the resistance is created by sellers. That's it. The moment the buyers come in and they overpower the sellers and the price goes up, the last low price at that moment, that's the resistance. I mean, that's support. And whenever the price is gone up and the sellers overpower buyers and they start selling more than people buy and the price begins to decline, that point is the resistance. That's it. So I guess the perspective will be the time span between what you want to determine to be support and resistance. That's it. Nothing else. What I'm saying is in the level 2, you could find resistance and support that is not shown in any chart at all. Yeah, and level 2 is the real data in real time is really where the money is going. That's it. You cannot argue with that. That's objective evidence. You're seeing it with your own eyes. Nobody's telling you that or nothing. This is like in real time what you see. That's it. That's the only thing that really matters is what you see in real time. Everything else is just noise. But if you see the level of support and resistance in real time, I mean, in real time, like literally what the price is doing now, not what it did 5 minutes ago, that doesn't matter. What it's doing now is what really matters. Where am I going to put the money? Am I going to buy more? Am I going to decrease? That's it. Now I know 157 is for sure a good support line for now, because that was the original support area that I mentioned when I first jumped in here. 157, 158, 160, that area. A lot of people do not understand that what you see on the charts is history, already happened. That would never ever happen again. The same identical way. The same people that bought and sold in a prior candle are never going to transact, the same people, okay, at the same time with the same amount of money and shares ever again. It would never happen again. Like that's it. That's a one-time thing, and that's it. People don't know anybody here. You don't know who you're selling to. You don't know who you're buying to. You guys would never agree to buy and sell at the same price, the same amount, at the same time, ever again. It's never going to happen. So what makes you think that information is going to help you with the price action right now in real time? That's ridiculous. Because basically what you're using, if you're using the chart, what you're using is what those people agreed in the past to exchange a specific stock for a certain amount of money. What you're saying is that information from the past somehow is going to dictate what's going to happen right now in the future. And that, to me, is illogical. Oh, we don't have to come to an understanding. I mean, I'm doing my thing, he does his thing. That's all good. Been doing this for a long time to know that the price action, the volume action that you see in real time is what matters. All right. Like you can't beat what I'm seeing in the screen right now. Nobody could beat that. No chart. I'll explain the chart and you'll see that it makes no sense in comparison to what I did in real time. It makes no sense. I don't care what time frame you put. It makes no sense. But the thing is this though, support and resistance level in the chart does not tell you the current price action. That's the key. The current price action right now in real time, you can only see it in the level 2. You cannot see it in the chart. In the chart, it's already late. The information that is used to create the chart is the information in the tape. And the information in the tape is when the buyers and seller already agree to exchange money for a stock. That's it. That already happened when it's on the tape. That's already history. You see what I'm saying? The level 1, the current bid and ask in the level 1 is really the actual negotiation that is happening in real time. Yeah, same to you, Senator. You know, a lot of day traders, when they start, it's all about charts. Lines here, lines there, one pointing to the moon, another one to the stars and the equator and the tropics and, lines everywhere. And somehow that's going to tell you where the price is going to go. Nah, bro, that's ridiculous. Look, I did it when I first started. Yeah, I had lines everywhere, bro. I had lines everywhere. Nothing worked. Nothing. I learned the hard way. The market telling me, "Hey, you're not looking at what's happening. You're not looking at the real issue here. You're not looking at it. You're blind. You're looking at lines of something that is irrelevant." So here we go, 172, 73. I'm looking to see if it breaks 178. Oh, okay. Right, so you're probably doing long term, hoping the company does well. Or it's 9:19, 11 more minutes. All right, pull back to 166, 65. Got you. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, as long as you manage your risk properly and you have your stop loss at the proper level to allow a room to go up and down, because you know it's going to go up and down. That's normal. You should expect the stock to go up and down. So, but if you want the uptrend and stay within the area of the uptrend, if your stop loss is within the proper range, should be okay. If you got it, if you catch it at the right moment, at the right time. And that works too. I mean, if you do it right. People, what happens when they do things like that type of strategy, what happens is if you buy too many shares and your stop loss is too close, you're going to either get wiped out of the market because it's going to move your way if it's too tight, or if you buy too many shares, whenever it declines a little bit, you lose more. So it really comes down to risk management in that sense, There's still strong buying power here. A lot of buying power. So I'm just going to wait. Strong buying power. 173 or 174. Let me look at INET. Yeah. Yeah. Might even get to 182, 184. We'll see. But yeah, that's a lot safer for what you want to do. Yeah. No, no. If you want to do your strategy in low flow, boy, oh, that's super risky, right? Because how much it fluctuates, you know? I mean, you do not, I mean, your strategy seems to be good in that sense, right? You're not trading these crazy stocks. Like, I mean, um, you know, but that's a different strategy, right? The gentleman that you're talking about, he's trying, I guess, to do your strategy, but he's applying the scalping type of scenario because his stop loss is very tight for what you need to accomplish. Plus, the type of stocks that he's trading are low float, and those are not good for what you're trying to do. You know what I mean? Oh, you will have a losing day here and there. Everybody does. Losing days are okay. I like losing days. Just keeping it to a minimum is the key. But whenever do profits do show up, you know, then you you go massive. You know, that's the key. That's good. Losing days is good, but it will happen. It will happen. It happens to everybody. Even the top professional traders that build millions and millions, they still lose. It's normal. Okay, that's cool. Look, man, if it works for you, that's great. You know what I mean? Like, and that's what I tell everybody. It's like you have a strategy, you have something going for you that works for you, man. That's it. Like, you don't need to look around. You got something working. You know. All right, here we go. Let's see. A minute and a half until the market opens. Let's see if it breaks to 178, 179. That's what I'm looking for. So 173, 174. I gotta take a quick break too. Oh, I had Debbie. All right, here we go. 40 seconds. Yeah. Here we go. 177. 10 seconds. 178. Let's see if there's a spike to in the 180s. 180. Let's see if it hits the high of pre-market was 180, right? 91. There we go. 184. 84. Back to 183. Boom. I sold. I sold, I think half of it. So I'm keeping the other half. $188. Let's see if it breaks 190. 189. 190. 2. Okay. I sold already half, the majority of it. I only have 1,200 shares. I gotta go to the restroom real quick. I'll be back. But it's 1,200 shares. I could leave it there hanging out. As a matter of fact, no, I'm gonna keep an eye on it. But this is just the icing on the cake. All right, I'm gonna leave it there hanging out. Right? If this thing continues to climb higher, well, these shares will make me extra icing. All right. So I'm gonna put a trail stop so I can go to the bathroom. All right, my trail stop is on. I'll be back. Thank you for watching. If you guys don't mind, oh look, they sold me out. Yeah, they sure did. Well, listen, I cannot get greedy. All right, I'm good. I'm good. This is discipline. All right, that's it. Made the money, took it out. I don't need to trade anymore. I'm done. I'm done with this one. Right? Maybe. Nah, we'll see. I do have to go to the bathroom, and that's a priority over me trading this thing. I'll be back. They continue moving, huh? All right. That's cool. I could dynamically jump in there little by little. Gotta reset the, because I used the trail stop. So I have to reset the auto type. Not the auto type, but the type of entry thing. The order. I know what I'm talking about. or a template. That's what it is. All right, I'm looking at the price. Let's see if it drops a little bit. There you go, 233, 31, back to 34, 33, 32. I'm looking for the pullback. Okay. It keeps bouncing between 238 and 234. 34 again, 33, 32, back to 35. 33, 32. Now, I don't like the large size orders in the bid. That I don't like, okay? Because that pushes the price down. Back to 234. 33, 32. There are more orders on the bid. There you go. You see what happens? Large orders on the bid in comparison to the ask, price goes down. It went all the way to 226. You see that? So now 226, back to 230. Now I don't see that many large orders now on the bid. So this might be my, oh crap, you see, that's what I was talking about. That's why I don't like using the trail stop. It throws everything off. Default. Okay. Oh, come on. Back to 226. All right. Again, large orders on the bid. To 25, 26, 27. Let's see if it pulls back again. 27, 26, 25, 24, 26. It keeps doing this. Back to 225, 26. So it's pretty fair to say that support is around 225. Let's see if it continues to decline. 227. This is in real time. I'm not looking at a chart for that. Oh crap, come on. Back to 229, 230, 29. I gotta change this thing around. To 26. All right, so the support I said was what, around 224, around there, right? 224, 25. That's the lowest the price went. So at 220, if it hits 220, I will sell. Oh, look, my stop loss is 219. But this is not the type of order I wanted. Splinter, good morning, man. How are you? Excuse my voice, man. My apologies. I'm still fighting this thing. I said at 220, I will cut it off if it hits 220, but it increased, right? All right, I said if it hits 220, I will sell immediately. That was my stop loss right there, 220, 6 cents. And again, I went in with a small size. Specific reason that how I manage the risk, small size. So if it goes against me and it hits my stop loss, it's a small loss, right? I would call that a fee to the marketplace to know if I could trade, right? Now, it turned green now, it turned profit, so I can add. Excuse me. Man, I gotta do something about this throat. All right, so it's profit now, right? So all I'll do is I'll add more if, let's say, it hits, and this is something comes with experience, how much you want to add or whatever. So 247 is the highest. Limit up is at 276. Those are large orders on the ask. Spinner, good morning, man. How was your weekend? All right, 240 is my averaging now because I added more. The stop loss was what, 260? I said it right. I mean, was it 220? 220. I think it was 220. What I remember, 220. Well, clearly, I'm not using 220 here. This is something dynamically, as the price moves, I make those decisions. One thing for sure, I'm not holding it below 220, okay? It's 220, I said, well, that was a support. Oh, cool, man. I watched that show that you talked about. Remember Titans, the rise of the stock market, Wall Street? I saw it, man. It's pretty cool. All right, so it went all the way to 240. Was it 244? It went up 244, 45. Let me look at the tape. 241. It's pretty good. They did back then with the ticker tape. It was an interesting side of things. My wife, she's a political science nerd and political scientist actually. And when I put the show, she was like, "Oh, I don't want to see this. It's gonna be boring. I don't want." I'm like, "Well, listen, either you see it or walk away." So she stood there, she sat there for a few minutes, and then they start talking about the history, and she's like, wait a second, this is political too. I'm like, yeah. Right, 220 is the bottom I said, right? At 220, I'm getting rid of this thing. It hits 220. So last Friday, were you here last Friday afternoon? Like around 2 or 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock? I made a video about it, actually. And if you look at the video I made that is called the level 2 and the flow of orders, whatever, that captures pretty much what happened. There's another trader. I'm not logging now, like I'm not looking at it right now, but usually when I'm trading, I see them as well. I like the name of the channel, The Struggling Trader. I like the name. So I went there. I'm like, hey, you should, concentrate on the level 2, pay attention to a level 2. And I talked to him and everything. He's a cool guy. But there are other people in there that they live and die by the charts, and they didn't want to hear anything about the tape. So what happened is they came over on Friday. I was still streaming, and they kept talking about the chart. So what I did is I closed down the chart. I opened the level 2 wide open, and I traded a stock based on just a level 2, and I made like $344. I haven't heard anything from them again, but I was trying to demonstrate. It's like, dude, what works for you. That's perfect for you. But don't get upset because I don't want to do the sharp thing that you do. You know what I mean? Like, I don't do that. I'm not trying to get anybody upset or anything, but if you don't like the way I'm doing it, don't do it. Like, do your own thing. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to continue drawing lines on a chart and only trade based on lines and all that, dude, good luck. But I have yet to meet any trader that makes good money on this. I have been doing this for a long time, that strictly follows the charts like that. Like, nobody does that I know that make money on this. Yeah, I was like, they get upset because of, the chart. I'm like, dude, the chart is like history. It's crap. It doesn't tell you anything. Like, it doesn't tell you what the price action will be 2 seconds from now, much less anticipate what is going to happen. I mean, like, that's crazy. That's illogical. But they wanted to get into the argument about that. I'm like, I'm not going to argue about that, dude. If you don't like it, don't do it. Don't try it. Don't even bother looking at it. This is the way I've been doing it for a long time. I'm not going to change it because you like charts and I don't like charts. I don't use charts. So what I decided to do is make my charts very tiny, as you can see here, right? There's no way I could trade a chart. That's the best way for me to show, look, I'm doing level 2. I don't care about the chart. The chart doesn't tell me crap. But, they get offended. I don't know why. It's ridiculous. But Splinter, you like those rants. When I go off, you should listen to it. You should see it. You're going to like it. You're going to laugh. You know me, how stupid I get sometimes. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be condescending or anybody or anything like that, but come on, bro. Like, really, a shark is going to tell you the future? Get out of here. Please. I was like, if you really believe that, I mean, I have a few things to sell you, cheap or expensive, whatever you want, I'll sell it to you. Because obviously you're willing to buy anything, I made that video about the level 2 a little smaller because the rant was extensive, bro. So if you look at the live stream for Friday, then you could see the whole thing. And I kind of got upset, and that's my fault. I shouldn't get to that point. But it was like, how can you come and tell me what I'm doing is wrong when this thing has been working for so long? And I have yet to meet any trader that makes consistent money from the market that only trades looking at a chart. When I know that the successful traders that I know, they do exactly what I'm doing. Level 2. That's it. Splinter, the choo-choo train, they don't want to hear about the choo-choo train in real time in the level 2. I'm like, bro, you're missing the whole point of trading. So my point was, when you see the price action in level 2 with high volume and high price action to the upside being bought immediately by everybody with large orders, and the price is literally going high, dude, like, you cannot argue with that. That's like objective evidence that it is going up. That's it. There's no question that it's not going up. It is going up. So I would say it's like, after there's a small pullback and I know the support levels in real time, then I can jump in and ride the choo-choo train. No, they don't want to see that. They don't see it. They don't see that. They only see the charts. Whatever support is in the charts for the past hour or 2 hours or whatever it is, and somehow that's going to tell them the future. I'm like, man, you're going to be struggling for a long time. You're going to be hating this for a long time if you still don't see it. That it has nothing to do with that. They don't see it. I don't know why they get upset. It's like, dude, like, I literally showed them the support level in real time through the level 2. And I said, look, 196, 197 is the support level. I'm going to go in. I went in at 195. I messed up the hotkey, so he sold me at 206. Then I bought him again at 206 or 207. And then I just wrote it. I was waiting for it to spike because he never went to the support line ever again. So it was just hanging out within the range, and I'm waiting for the breakout. That's it. I waited. The moment it started breaking out, I bought even 3-4 times even more. So in a matter of 15 cents, I made $344. I haven't heard from them after that. Like, the chat thing was silent. Like, that's it. What are you gonna say? And then when I expanded the chart, my trades on the chart made no sense in the sense of how people look at the support and the resistance in the chart. They look at the bottom candle, the top candle, whatever, and they draw a line. Like, when you see it in real time, like I did it in real time, when you look at the chart after the facts, it made no sense. My entries were all over, the exit was all over the place. Like, there's no way you would have been able to figure that out by looking at a chart. You had to literally do it through a level 2. That's it. Like, that's proven. Like, I did it in front of them in real time. There's no question about it, right? So when you look at the chart after the fact, it's like, oh, wow, okay. Like, the chart didn't tell me what to do. The level 2 told me what to do. Yeah, they could do whatever they want, man. They're gonna do their own. They're gonna do their own thing until they learn the hard way, and that's it. People, like I told you before, Splinter, everybody learns. It's the hard way. If you do this long enough, you're going to learn the right way. The market is gonna make sure that you learn the way you're supposed to do it if you want to learn it. The market is teaching you every day. It's gonna teach you. It's just a matter whether you want to learn a little faster or slower. Two things are going to happen. You either learn how the market is teaching you, or you're going to quit. That's it. You're going to quit immediately, or you're going to learn how the market wants you to learn. And the market is going to ultimately teach you the final lesson in Day Trading University, which is look at the price volume action in the tape. That's all the market is going to teach you. Everything else is noise. They don't see it. Yeah, that's what I did, man. I try to show them based on my experience, and that's it. They could do whatever they want. You know what I mean? Like I told the guys, like, dude, it doesn't affect me. You don't have to get mad at me because I don't do it like you do it. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't affect me what you do. And what I do doesn't affect you either. So everybody, they're going to build their own way of doing things. And that's cool. I'm just showing what I do. You could disagree all you want. That's fine. But I have yet to make money strictly following lines in a chart from like days ago or whatever. Like it's good to have an idea of the trend or whatever, but to make consistent money scalping, no, it doesn't work. I mean, you might get lucky, you do win, whatever, but it's random. That's not. There's no high degree of certainty doing that. I'm gonna sell half of this thing because it's well, I mean, it hasn't hit 220. I think the lowest was 224. And I didn't buy more, right? Yeah. I did buy more. That's why it's at 240, the average. Yeah. But anyways, I just thought that's what he was talking about, the conversation we had. No, I like his channel. I go, actually, I'm gonna go in and see it now. I like the atmosphere of that, but there's a couple of people there that they just no, I like I get along fine with the guy. I mean, we even talk, and stuff. But there's some non-believers in level 2. I'm like, okay, whatever. It is what it is. The market teaches everybody, no matter what, man. It's gonna teach everybody. I don't care. Oh crap! I didn't even see this thing flying back. Oh, you know what? Let me see. That's a violent dip right there, huh? Let me look at the pressure, the buying pressure. There's large orders, yeah. That's why I tried to talk to him. I talked to him, and I even talked to him away from the chat, like us, just me, him, and I. And I like the guy. He's cool. I think it's funny. The name is funny. So I try to explain to him how I do things, so he gets, so he understands my view, what might help. But ultimately, it's up to him to do things for him, which is fine. At the end of the day, honestly, if you do this long enough, the market will teach you, or you give up. That's it. You're gonna be losing so much money over time that two things are gonna happen. You either bow to the market, or the market just removes you from its existence. That's it. Two things are gonna happen. Look, I was at beginning one time too. I did have a platform full of lines. It wasn't DAS back then, but I put lines everywhere. I even had lines pointing to the moon, to Mars, all the planets, the stars, the freaking. I put lines everywhere, bro. If I could put one down the mountain, I'll do it too. Like I had lines everywhere. I had so many studies in my platform. I couldn't even see the price. And you know what? It never helped. Not a damn thing. It never helped at all. It wasn't until I learned that if I'm going to expose my money, I want to make sure there is a strong likelihood, more than 50%, 60%, 70%, that my money is going to go up with profits. That's it. That's all I want. That's when I learned that. When I'm trading to the upside, the moment I learned that the only way I'm going to put my money out there is if it's going to go up in profit. dude, like everything changed. My chart became like empty, like it had nothing. And that's when I realized, crap, all I have to do is make sure that when my money goes out, the price continues to increase. And the moment that the price increase starts to slow down, I need to take my money out with the profits. That's it. That's that. When I learned that, everything was like it was day and night. It was so funny. It wasn't even. I was like, no way. This whole time I've been banging my head against the platform. I mean, I had the whole keyboard here, almost tattooed permanently on my forehead. I paid so much tuition for so many years, and you're gonna tell me that all I had to do is know the price more likely than not is gonna go up and get out before it starts to decline? Damn! Wow, that's it. Genius. But I didn't learn that at the start. I read all the books and everything, and when I started reading all the books from the early 1900s from those people, the ticket tape and all that, and I started thinking about it. I'm like, crap, it all makes sense. It all makes sense. You understand? If I buy, it goes, if more likely than not, it's going to go up in real time. I'm not saying like, oh, there's a good chance it's going to go up. I hope it goes up. Oh, this looks like the bottom. It should go up. No, no, no. I don't mean any of that type of words, that language. No, no, no. Because that's 50-50. I could think whatever I could think. In reality, it doesn't matter. I could think it's going to go up. I could think it's going to go down. It doesn't matter. I put my money in there. The market's going to show me what it's going to do, what it's doing in real time. So it doesn't matter what I think. So the moment I learned that the only thing that matters is looking at the market in real time, objectively, what the market is doing, and make a decision on what the market is doing now, not 5 minutes ago, not 2 minutes ago, now. Then I could make a decision whether I'm going to expose my money or not, you know? Exactly. So let's start. You got to go with the, well, if you're talking one of those riptides, well, that's a little bit different. You have to actually swim across the riptide. But I get you what you're saying. You got to go with the market, not against the market. The problem is, how do you know the market's price is going to go up when you're about to enter or whether you should enter? All those things, I mean, you have to be able to put a strategy in place that more likely than not, when you do go in, it's going to return back to you with a profit as long as you're able to sell on time and all that, market conditions and all that. But the chart itself does not say anything like that. Even if you put lines on it, I don't care how many lines you put on it, the chart doesn't tell you that. What tells you that is the market orders that are coming in, hitting the level 1, along with the limit orders as reflected on the tape, and making a decision from that. And that's it. That is it. You could ask anybody who's making money on this for the past 20 years, who's been making money on this for the past 10 years on a consistent basis. They're all going to tell you the same thing. It's the amount of orders flying to the level 1, you know, where people agree, buyers and sellers, the number of volume going in there, the orders going in there, and the price continually to increase. That is it. So your problem is when the move is an abnormal move up rather than a fluctuation up with indecision. Well, look, if the ask, remember the ask, people always say the ask are sellers. The ask are not sellers, okay? The ask are offers. There are people offering to sell something, the stock. They're offering to sell so many for a specific price. That's the ask. It's an offer. They're not sellers like for sure they're going to sell that at that price. No, nobody knows what they're going to do. They're just offering that price. What happens is in the level one, okay, when you have high levels of offers to sell a stock at a certain price, which is the one in level one, okay, and you see the limit orders flying through that, meaning that people are buying it. If the limit orders volume, okay, are getting depleted, pretty much, if you see the right now on the screen, 5,100 shares, if that flies off, and then you have 210 with 5,600 and flies off, okay, and then you got 211, 2,700, and it flies off, that means people are buying the crap out of the stock, the offers. They're just taking it. Not only the limit orders are buying it, but the market orders are also buying it. And you could see that in the tape in real time. If you have 1,100 shares pending on the second row of the ask, okay, at 209, but then you see here on the tape, 209, 20,000 shares. I mean, their market orders of selling and the limit orders of selling, like they're all flying through. When you see that, supply demand tells you the price is going to go up. And that's all you need. That's all I have to look at. I want the price going up on the ask. I want the bid price following the ask, okay, as it goes up. I want huge amount of orders on the ask, okay, in comparison to the bid. I want little orders there, and the price just skyrocketing. That is the choo-choo train. That is the move. You cannot argue that the price is going up in real time because it's actually doing it. Now, what happens is you have to be able to tell like the support and the resistance, and you have to make sure that, at least I have to make sure that the orders that are pending in the limit order at the price level of the resistance, which is lower, I mean higher price, but lower on the column, they hold, meaning that when it hits the resistance, all those orders are going to go through and more are going to come in. When that's happening, there's no question the thing is going up. Everybody's buying it, supply demand. And that's it. That's the key. When I go in, I want to see that so I know I'm making a profit. Instead of blindly throwing in the money there, hoping that it goes up. That's the big difference. And that's the edge people don't want to see. Not people, but some people, you know what I mean? Like not everybody. Okay, so pullback. All right, so let me see if it establishes a pullback. So the pullback was like 325, right? That's what I was able to tell in real time. So support seems to be at 325 right now. Okay. It went all the way to 334, 35, 34. Okay. All right. I just, the limit up is at 374. So I have to be cognizant of all that. Let me wait until it pulls back. Okay. 340. There you go. That's a pullback. I mean, okay. Small amount. Okay. Looking like it's holding up, right? So if it hits 338 and stays higher than 338. Okay, 330, 329. All right, so I think 324 might be a support. Well, I forgot exactly what I said earlier when I saw it. I think it was 323, 322. Okay, that's it. This is a support area. It went back up. You see that? It climbed right back up. So my entry is 328. Okay, I'm looking at this order size on the ask. There's 15,000 shares, 325. It went through and the price climbed. So I'm buying more. 329. Okay. Remember, I said 320, 320 or 322, right? The support. So 329. The high of the day is 345. So we're not that far out. So I'm looking for the climb above 345, the breakthrough of 345. So I'm looking at the orders, the limit orders. Look at 345. There's 2,000 shares. 345. It just moved. And let me see. It went away. Okay. All right, here we go. $325, back to 29. Okay, so it went down to 325, 24 again, but it refused to stay there. It climbed right back up. So kind of is confirmed now. I mean, that's it right now in real time. That seems to be the support because buyers keep buying it out of that area, right? And increasing the price. So now we just keep an eye on the price. I wanted to get to 339, 38. Look at 340, 9,200 shares. I want to see what happens. If it hits 340, okay, if the level one hits 340, buys all those shares and the price continues to increase, that means strong buying, right? Then I'll add more. But until then, I'm not doing so. That's it. Big time decline, right? 316, 317. That's definitely below the support area. Support was 320, I said, right? So now it's a violent pullback, but it went only to 304. Was it 304 around there? And yeah, 304, 303, 298. Back to 304. So that a violent pullback like that, if it makes it to 310 within a few seconds, my opinion, based on experience, there's a strong likelihood it climbs right back up because a lot of people are just buying into that. So we'll see if it makes it to 310. If not, I'll start selling. Is it 303? All right, it's now pushing upward. So that's it. It's a loss. No big deal. It's fine. It's a small amount. Okay. And now it wants to climb back up. Yeah, I think the chart thing was confusing people. What I had before in the chart, you know, the big green candle with a small pullback and the big green candle, it's exactly what I have written there for level 2 purposes. All right, so you see it? Back to 302 again, 303. So, all right, it refused to go back halfway from the violent pullback. So there's only one thing to do, and that's cutting the loser off. So it's the second time I sell already. There's nothing to argue here. The market is telling me is declining. There's no reason to hold it, right? That's it. That trade didn't work. Okay. Now, it's okay. I control my losses. The risk is fine. No biggie, right? Now we know the support in real time now is around 294, right? 293, 294. What is it that sold at? 295. So a little bit below that. 294, 93. We know that's the support now. I'm going to let it go up and see if it pulls back again and stay and remains within the 294, 293 area. All right. And that's it. I'm going to keep an eye on it and see what happens. Down it went down to 290, 291. So clearly 345 was a high. That's it. This is the backside. So I will need the price to be way up here for me to scalp this thing again. Let's see what's going on with BNI. All right, so 220 was the support before. Now it's 198, right? Or whatever the lower was. I didn't see it. So I'm going off with the lowest down here. But the closer one is more like 203, right? So we'll just cut it off. Still 6, still 7. There's not that much action. right, so SOPA is changing around. All right, and now look at those orders. 38,000 shares at 299. 37, 36,000. And the price goes up. All right. Okay. Three oh six is my entry now, right? Yeah. Okay. I'm looking at the ask, at the order size. Three oh two, 303, 302. One. Okay, there's definitely more orders on the ask than the bid, right? I mean, visually you can see that. And the price continues up, although they're getting filled. Okay. Okay, entry is 309. The ask is at 308, 309 now. Okay, 10,000 shares at 310. It went through. Price continued to go up. Okay, so there's strong buying power. Now, this can shift at any minute, which is fine. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm going to start reducing some size here. All right. Let me see. 289, 7,400. What was the support I mentioned earlier on this one? Was it the 288, something like that? 289. So, all right, time to sell. Okay. And that's fine. That's the cost of doing business. It's never personal. It just confirms I was wrong as to timing and direction. If it continues to decrease, then I'll sell everything. I leave a little bit behind because I can see, look at 31,000 shares at 281. So I want to see what happens when the orders hit 281. If they do. If not, I'll sell the rest. $281. All right, so large orders hit 279. The price went up to 281, back to 279, 278, 75. Okay, so buying power decrease. Okay, you can see it. Because if it was strong buying power, the moment the large orders hit, it would have caused the price to continue to increase. But it didn't. It went back a penny or two. But that's enough to tell you that it has shifted, all right? So there's only one thing left. Sell. And call that a loss. And that's it. Now 275, 74 was the lowest there, no? 272. Now I'm looking at the order sizes between the bid and the ask. See which one is greater. Right now it's the bid. That's going to drive the price down. Because remember, the bid, the price goes lower, right? People bid down. And that's clear. You can see it. So it went to 268. Back to 270. But look now in the ask, the order sizes. You see how it shifts back and forth? Now, if 272 hits with 7,000 shares, look, it went to 273, back to 272. Clearly, although they're buyers, they're not buying in a strong manner, okay? So I'm trying to explain what I read on the tape. You see, it's clear. There's more selling than buying right now. Okay? In real time. Because the bid orders are more than the ask, or the orders in the ask, if they're bigger and they get filled, the price declines instead of going up. And that shift is really how I can tell whether the buying is strong or just weak. And right now it's weak. Okay. Since I can confirm in real time that it's weak, then there's no need to hold, right? Now, look, when I was saying that it was at 271, it's already by 277. And that was quit with a look at that. Okay, so look at the volume on the ask at 283. It's 8,500 shares. At 281 is 4,470, like 7,000 shares, right? But look, it went through 281 and it went up to 282. Barely no declines, right? Let's see what happens at 283. Because the one in 283 is 5,900. So let's see what happens. $283. Back to 82. 83 again. 84. That's strong buying to me. Okay. So it shifts back to buyers. You see that? In real time. But look at the orders on the bid now. The larger. Right? They're bidding the price down. 285. All right, let's pull back at one. Okay, so it's pulling back some more. It's 288, 87. Decline. All right, there's a spike up. Look at the order size on the ask. It gets filled and the price continues upward, moving up. That's strong buying. Okay. Now I'm gonna see if it breaks through $3 psychologically. If it does, a lot of people are gonna see that and they're gonna jump in and they want to buy more. I'm gonna be there to entertain them. Okay. All right, waiting. See if 3 o'clock hits. I mean, 3 o'clock now, $3. 3 o'clock. Now I'm gonna say to myself, if it gets to 290, I'm gonna sell a lot of majority of it because I want to take some profits. Okay, before it hits my entry, because I bought more. But look at the orders on the ask; they're larger than the bid, and the price goes up. I'm looking at 297. I want to see if it hits. When it hits $3, see what happens. All right, back to 291, 290, 291. So seems to be like a new support area because it's the second time that it hits 290, 291. Back to 92. $92. All right, so I saw the majority of it, right? And I bought more. As it climbs up, I'll buy more. Still looking to see if it breaks $3. Right, 3. Let's see if it breaks 3. 298, there's 3 again. Look at the massive amount of orders going through at 3. 301, 302. There you go. Let's go. Let's see if it stays above 3. 304. There you go. 303 again. 304. Look at the orders at 305, 19,000 shares. Okay. Let's see what happens. If it hits 305 and the buyers take it and it continues increasing, then there's a stronger likelihood it's going to continue up. Okay. It declined right now. 290. Okay. Back to 302. 303. Let's see what happens at 305. I'm keeping an eye on 305. Look at 305 on the ask. 17,000 shares. Okay, there you go. It barely touched. Okay. 302 again. On 1. Seems like a resistance level, right? 305. I want to see the 305 being bought and ran over that. Okay, 304. 305 is the resistance. 304, 305 around there. Second time. All right, let's see what happens. real time. Real 3. 301. Okay, seems like 3 is the new support. 304, 305. Bam! Look at that. I'm buying more. I should even buy more. Now, people will be like, sell, sell, sell. I'm like, well, as long as the price keeps going up, should I sell? Uh-huh. That's the key. That's the choo-choo train, the famous choo-choo train, right? But no shark is telling me that's going to happen. Only the level 2 is telling me that's happening in real time. So I sold a good chunk of it. All right, look at the orders on the bid. You see that they're kind of large? That's why I'm not adding anything else right now. If anything, I'll sold 80% and just let it ride. Thank you. But that's all level 2. And you're right, Splinter. That was a choo-choo train right there. I caught it. I was waiting for the choo-choo train. Right? Why? Because the highest of the day is 345, and psychologically, it seems like there's a lot of strong buying, and people want to make it to 345. So it's going to be even more buying. So I took the opportunity and wait. So it's a pullback, and in pullbacks, we just wait. We wait, and wait until there's massive buying. And when there's massive buying, by the order size, look at the price. Okay, look at the order size on the ask. It went to 305, now to 307, 9,800 shares. Back to 305, 307. That's it. I'm in. I added more. Okay. Why I added more? Oh, the price was spiking up. It didn't fall through below resistance. So I wait. That's a new choo-choo train. It's going from station B to station C. All right. So we'll wait here. Bam. And it dropped on me. Wow. Nice. Well done. Well done. Well done. But that's a violent pullback, right? Wow. But violent pullbacks, if it pulls back 50% of it back, it's going to continue. More likely than not. We'll see. That was immediate flush. That's a violent pullback. Okay. I'm still looking at the order size on the ask. Okay. And they're still larger than the bid. So there's still strong buying. Whatever caused that immediate decline seems to be like an anomaly compared to what's going on in the actual market right now. Because there's a lot of buying power. And you can see it by the order sizes between the bid and the ask. Now, technically, it's only 11 cents away from my entry, right? But it's just I have a lot of shares. That's why you see the amount of money, 1,600 or whatever. It's just the amount of shares I have because I added more. Okay. But it's not a huge pullback from my entry. 14 cents now. Okay. Now, here we go. You see, there's still strong buying power. You could only see that in the level 2. Like, no chart is going to tell you what the buying power is. Look at that. 30,000 shares. 30,000 shares at 306. Let's see what happens when it hits 306. If it spikes up or it declines. If it declines, I'm gonna have to start cutting it off, right? But I have to see what happens at 306. If it makes it there. Look at the buy. Look at 304, 305. There's 30,000 shares on the bid right now at 301. And the price did not go down. It went up to 303. That's buying. 304. Okay. That's strong buying power. Now look, 303, 6,100, 9,600, 304. Okay. 305. Look at the order sizes. Okay. A little bit larger now on the bid. Okay, that's fine. Pullbacks are expected. Okay. They're expected. But I'm still seeing strong buying. You see that? They're unable to take the price below the prior support I mentioned. Remember 290, 288? They haven't been able to take it down there. Okay, there you go. It hit 3 again. All right. There's 28,000 shares at 302. They got bought out. They bought it, and it continues to go to 303. So if they're selling 20-something thousand shares and it goes to higher price, that's strong buying. Confirmed in real time. Look at 305. I want to see 305. What happens at 305? Look at 305. Okay. Back to 301. Clearly, it's 14,000 shares on the bid at 3. So that's a large order on the bid. And the price continues to increase. 303. Yeah. Okay. So it doesn't matter. I mean, they're bidding the price down with large orders and the price still climbs or stays the same. That's very strong on the buyer side. At least that's what I see. That's like the refueling the choo-choo train. You know what I mean? I still believe there will be a push to the high of the day, which is 345. Now, we're already by 307, 308, 309, but 310. Look at the large orders coming in, okay? Now, a bunch of people that read the charts, they're looking at the big old green candle, they're jumping in, they're buying. That's fine. I'm not guiding myself for that. I'm looking at the actual order sizes. 307. In comparison to the bid. Every time I say that, I'm always comparing one side with the other side. Not one side on its own. Always a comparison. In real time, of course. Three 306, 307, 308. No, back to 6, 7. But you can compare the order sizes between the ask and the bid. I mean, you see the numbers. You can see which one is greater. And if the ask is greater, and every time it hits the top row, the price continues to increase, that's pretty strong. Okay, back to 301. 299.97. Back to 04, 304, of 305, 306, 304. I mean, just think about how much money it takes to move the price from like 297 to 305 immediately. That's a lot of money. All right. So 306. All right. So large orders on the bid at 297. It hit, and then the price went back to 299.3. Just think about that. Think about what that means. $299. $301, $302, $305 again. So we could come to a conclusion here that in real time, the support level now is about 297, around there. It was 2 or 3 times that it got to that area and it didn't go below. Oh, something like that, looking at it in real time, in my mind, I would think, well, I could jump in at, I want to put my stop loss there. I mean, just below the support area. Like that, it doesn't get hit, right? And then I just write it until the market says no more. All right, 299, 3 again. You see that 4th time, it got into the 197 range and nothing, right? It didn't break below that. In real time, you can see that. All right, so now it's picking up. Look at the volume size on the ask, how it's increasing, right? Did you see that? You can see the black boxes with green letters, numbers. I have it highlighted like that, so the large orders, 5,000 or more, will stand out. Okay. Okay, so I got large orders at 3 on the bid. Okay, now let's see. If the price doesn't decline to 297, 298, 296, That means strong buying. That means not even massive orders on the bid are causing the price to go down. Not even that. So that tells you how much buying is going behind the scenes. And you could see on the tape the actual final orders, right? Just, I mean, I have the chart there so you guys could follow, but I'm not looking at the chart just to make sure. I'm going to make it like tiny like that. So we could look at it after the fact. Okay, now it broke to 296, 293. Okay, I'll start reducing size. If it goes below 290, I'll start doing that. Because that is the support area that I mentioned before. Now, technically, I'm like 18 cents away from 20 cents away from my entry. So it's not a lot. It's just I have a lot of shares. Knowing that the support area is in the low 290s, like I mentioned earlier. But even then, it didn't break below. Even with a massive amount of orders on the bid. So once those orders get eliminated, let's see what happens on the ask. I was paying attention to SOPA. I'll take care of BNAI after I finish this. I totally forgot it was there. It's no big deal. I'll go back over there. I'm up in BNAI anyways, but that doesn't make it right. I was kind of concentrating SOPA and completely disregarded BNAI. Okay. It broke below 290. So I'm going to sell. I'm selling. I'm just going to wait until it establishes support again and take it from there. Okay. All right, waiting for it to establish support. Was it 283, right? 282. All right, so I was 282. Now it's I'm waiting for to see if order sizes come in. I'm waiting on that. All right, waiting for the break of 3. I'm adding more. Right. All right. So large order went through 296. The price went into 297. More orders, 298. It didn't decline a bit. Okay, 299. So I'm looking for the break of 3. See if there's a spike of orders coming in. Now look at the 3 and 303. Look at the large orders. Okay. I want those orders to hit and smack the ask. Okay. That's what I'm looking for. That shows me the intent of people buying. Okay. That's what I'm waiting for. That's it. Look at the large orders. Okay. Okay. So second time it goes into 3, right? All right. Third time. Let's see. Look at 10,000 shares at 301. Was it 301, 302? Now remember, the support is in the low 80s. Right, 297. You can still see the order sizes, all right, on the ask. That's the key, right? A large order on the ask will show resistance. But if there's strong buying power and that large order hits the level 1, meaning people buy, and the price continues to increase, that's what people commonly calls breaking out through resistance. And if there's more buying power and there's commitment, showing the price is going to go where? It's not staying at resistance, it's flying upward. So yeah, I mean, large orders on the ask, resistance. But the moment they hit level 1 and they go through it and people are buying it and the price continues to increase, well, clearly resistance didn't stop it. You know what I mean? That's what I want to see. Not only above the resistance, but at the resistance. I want to see that. Now look, let's see. So 303 is the resistance, right? Now, in real time, it's 301. 22,000 shares, 23,000 shares. So it hit 301, it went back to 299, 298, but it stayed there like not even 2 seconds. Went back to 299. Now back to 298, 97. Okay. Remember, support is in the low 280s, 282, I think it was. So ideally, I will have my stop loss just below that. Because if that's the support and it doesn't change, more likely than not, it's not going to hit my stop loss. And I'm talking about in real time support level, okay? Not some sharp line, whatever. I'm talking about the in real time. Clearly, the price didn't go anywhere below 282, I believe it was. Now, ideally, I've been trying to explain this. I'm talking at the same time, so maybe not concentrating too much into the trade, but ideally, I would like to be able to establish a support and resistance in real time, okay, as it happens in the level 2, and then execute the trade from there, okay? Maybe wait until it gets close to resistance or is breaking through a resistance, see if there's a pullback. If the pullback doesn't go below the resistance, then there's a stronger likelihood it's going to continue to climb. Even if it's 10 or 15 cents, it's all about having the stronger likelihood on your side. All right, speaking up, you can see the order size. Look at 303, 11,000 and 303. Okay, keep an eye on 303. Let's keep an eye on 303. I mean, if my stop loss is at 280, 281, the support area, and it's consolidating between 280 and 3, I mean, okay, fine. It's consolidating in that area, right? If it doesn't break my stop loss, then I'm still like hanging out. Now, ideally, I wouldn't want to do that. I want to jump in exactly when it spikes up. But the timing is what's difficult to get at times, right? I mean, I did it earlier, and we took that out already. So we're just waiting and see if it breaks through 303, 302, 303, and it spikes up. If it does that, then there's a strong likelihood it's going to continue up. And that's what I'm waiting for. All right, here we go. You see that choo-choo train is picking up now. I think they're refueling the tanks, you know, maybe getting the beverage cart ready for the customers on the train. They're just getting ready. Now look at the order sizes on the bid, on the ask. Okay, when it gets to about 301, all right, it's declining now a little bit, pull back a little bit. Again, still within the range between 280 and 3, right? It's halfway almost. It's 286. Back to 289. Okay, I'm gonna start cutting losses. About 285 around there, I start cutting them. And I could continue doing it while I stay within the range or whatnot, you know? Okay. It didn't drop below 280. Remember, I said the support was 280. It hasn't dropped below 280. I don't think so. Let me look at the tape. 278 for a split of a second. That's it. 277 for a split of a second. And it's already back up. So mentally, I keep in mind now, hey, support level 277. Right? Let's keep that in my mind. Now I'm going to see how high it climbs. And, if it goes back to 277, see what range that is. The only reason it didn't drop below 277 is because buyers came in and they brought the price back up. That's it. Buyers create the support level. Okay, so second time it hits about 278, right? Second time. Let's see if buyers bring the price back up. All right, 278, 75. It went even lower. 75, 75, 74, 73. 73 is the lowest. 60, 58, 58. Okay. That's a violent pullback, right? You could say that's pretty violent. Two 58, 257, the lowest, right? 57. Now the pullback was violent, but it seems to be an anomaly because I didn't see large order sizes going through it. Right. 259, 260. 254, I think, was the lowest, right? 253, 254. Two 60, 261. Okay, we're 10 cents away from the lowest of 253, right? I'm just looking at the order sizes on the ask. There's greater in the bid. Back down to 260, 261. Okay, the order size on the ask is picking up. There you go. Wait, see if it pulls back again. There it goes, pull back. Oh, in a little bit, okay? All right, bye. All right, it dropped below, so sorry about that. I was doing something else. I go ahead and sold that. And wait. Just the only thing I could do is wait. and that's it. So pull out like 1400 out of it, and then when negative, had more size. But that's fine. I was trying to explain to everybody about the level two. Um, it's really not that much money. It's fine. We'll get it back or more. You'll see. So it dropped to like 238, I think. That was lowest. Let me see. Was it 240? 243, 244, 242, 41. That was the lowest, 41. Yeah, 241. So we just wait until the order sizes shift to the ask in great amount. Okay. Santa Claus. Bro, if you believe in Santa Claus, you probably believe in sharks too. No, no distraction. It's fine. Um, yeah, I couldn't avoid the flush, man. The flush was like, I couldn't even see that one coming, right? And I had a large, large share size, which is fine. You cannot foresee that. Not the level two or a shark. It just happens. Those are market orders coming in and just wiping everything off, right? There's nothing anybody could do about that. I just happened to have large share size when that happened. But the initial push on the first time, I mean, was like almost $2,000, right? And that's fine. What was the first one? 20. It was like 20, like 2,000, $2,100, whatever. The first one. I only need like 15 cents. If I could get a clear entry of 15 cents, I will not only get 6,000, I double that and get that back. I just need the perfect entry to do it. And to be able to do it, I just have to wait. We just have to wait. And that was actually kind of my fault for getting back in it because I already made money on it. There was no reason to get back in it. That was greed actually taking over. It's like the first one. After the first one, you should have never gone back in. There's no need for that. I'm just keeping my eyes on the ask and see if the orders increase. That's it. Let me look at the flow. Okay. But even then, okay, it's pulling back all the way to 477. Now it's increasing. The limit up is at 559. I like that. The highest of the day is 490. So if anything, I'll be aiming for 490, the break of 490. Now, the lowest it went right now, the pullback was 477. So I'm keeping that in mind. 477. A mental note. 477. $477. The high of the day is 490. So 490 is the resistance, right? So I'm gonna wait until see if it breaks it. Or if anything, I enter at the support of 477. So my stop loss is down there and allow it to do its thing. As a matter of fact, if I jump in right now, I think my stop loss will be around 477 because it's automatically. Let it drop again, 478. Let me see if it breaks 477. It did not break 477. Okay, second time it does it since I open it. Now it's 465, 62. Ooh, all right. That's quite of a pullback. So that is it. 450s. Yeah, just keeps pulling back. Now I think it dropped all the way to 450. Was it 55 that I saw? Let me see. Couldn't see. 455, I think it was. It's already by 470. I just don't see large orders on the ask. Now I do. Okay. Let me see if it gets back to 471. 72. 70. Did it go below? Yeah, a little bit. But large orders showed up at 470. Back to 450s. Okay, so it's pulling back. There's no trade here. It's over. At least for now. You see? Keeps pulling back. All the way to 430s. Yeah. Now, had I not waited and jumped in at 490 or 480, what was it, 488? With the idea, oh, it's going to break through 490. I want to see it. I would have been stuck like a chump. All right, 429. Yeah, keeps dropping. 429 was the lowest there. But now, look at the orders on the bid, on the ask. That's power. All right, I went in at 433. All right. Stop loss is 417, I believe. It didn't hit 417. It went back up. So there you go. So yeah, it didn't hit my stop loss. I mean, it got close to it, but it didn't hit it. So just, let it be. Best thing to do is just let it run or hit the stop loss. That's it. I have no control. Right? That's it. It went to like 416, I think, right? 416. But it's still the backside, just so you know. I mean, the highest was 490. So we're on the backside. Ideally, this is not good for scalping. Now it's picking up. Okay, I'm looking at the other side. So I'm seeing it's still not massive. So it's going to be sideways until massive orders do come in, if they come in. There you go, 5,000. 5,000 shares of 435. Let's see what happens. If it hits a 435 and continues up, then the momentum is shifting to buying. 4,900, 5,000, 435. Let me see. Hit it. Hit it. It's hitting it. Bam. 437. You see that? 438. That's buying. That means people are buying those shares no matter what. In comparison to selling, it's greater in buying. No, back down again. So basically, that's it. Just waiting to see if new shares come in. You know, that people do buy it. $250 or $254. I don't see large orders here. This is dead. Yeah, this thing is dead. No large orders. 254 is what I said. Yeah. Yeah, I anticipated a move too quick. Ideally, should have waited until the pullback. For 11, for 12. Yeah. Right. So the orders are picking up. So 54 is what I said on this OPA. All right. Still not there yet. All right. This thing is dropping more. So time to reduce. right here. Right, 422. Waiting for 422. See, I'll be able to tell at 422 what the buying power is. If it flies through 422, that's strong buying power. Even 418. No, no penny stocks on my end. I'll be too much in fees. Like it's not worth it financially because I have to buy a lot of shares and. Right, so increasing now. I'm still looking for 422. I want to see what happens when those 6,000 shares hit the level 1. For 20. For 22 is 6,000 shares. And 423 is 4,300. Now there are no bids, there are no orders on the bid greater than 6,000 shares below 414 or 415 that are visible. I'm waiting to see if it hits 422. There you go. 419, 18. Two things are going to happen when it hits 422. Either it increases or it declines. If it declines, that means the buying power is not that strong compared to selling. If it increases, that means actually intent of buyers to continue buying. I'm just waiting. I mean, this is a small amount of shares. I guess I could buy a lot and just bring the price to me, but no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to wait and see if it happens to hit 422. Yeah, and then I sell immediately around 390. That's fine. Nothing I could do about a flush, you know what I mean? I can control that. I can only react to it. But the order size and the powers is greater on the buying side than the selling side right now. That's why I'm not thinking about the flush. I mean, it could happen, but nothing I could do about that. If it happens, it happens. All right, so it hit 422 and it went to 424. Did you see that? It jumped. Now it's 431. All right, and that's the idea. That just confirms there's a lot of strong buying power. Okay, I mean, look, the price is going to go up and down. That's normal. That's what they do. But in the bigger picture, there's more buying power than selling. And that's what I want to see. There you go. You see? Yeah. It's actually 92% of people lose money. Only 8% can make money in the long run. If you happen to look at the chart, you're in the 92% for sure. Take that to the bank. All right, here we go. All right, waiting for more orders coming in on the ask. I want to see bigger sizes. There we go, 5,000, 5,500. All right, there we go. 432. It takes time, but psychologically, aiming for the high of the day when there's strong buying seems reasonable. Okay, drop, back up. It's a good 10 cents, 8 cent spread. Now think about that. I mean, that was a large order that went through, and it dropped the price, and yet it went right back up right here. Let me see. I'm trying to find the order. It dropped it to like 415, and it went back up. No, I'm not buying down there. I'll buy it when it hits for my average or higher. That's like the resistance levels around 430 or in the middle of 430s. Right, it's dropping. And it seems like an anomaly because the order sizes on the bid are not greater than the bid. Well, right now it is, but not before. But it hasn't gone to the support level of 390. If it gets closer to 4, I'll decrease the size, but I'll keep it until it gets to about 390. Due to the strength of the buy, there's more likely it's going to go up than down. There you go. Yeah, that's where my average in is at. 434, 435 is the resistance. There we go. Okay, it's picking up now. You see the large size order on the ask? I'm waiting to see if it hits about 440 before adding. There you go. Did I just press the wrong thing? I pressed the wrong thing. I was up like 1900. All right, so I'm just gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna aim for 490. I have to go to the restroom. I'll be back. Not stop loss. That's how much I trust reading the level 2. All right, that's how much I trust reading the level 2. Not stop loss. I'll be back. Oh wow, it's still there. Told you. I believe the tape. You'll see. The tape doesn't lie. What was that? Struggling? Level 2 doesn't lie. The level 2 doesn't lie. Ready for the choo-choo train? Get ready for the choo-choo train. Put it in. I know you like the choo-choo trains. My fingers in the hotkey to start selling as soon as the spike comes in. And it's about to come in. You'll see. Wait until it hits 440. And you'll see what happens at 440. It'll be like a fireworks show. Yeah, man. Sure. Blackjack. Here we go. Choo choo train. Splitting. What do you think? Choo choo train is building up. Choo choo train. Gotta gotta trust the level 2 and the tape. They don't lie. Oh no, I changed it because people didn't understand the rules. They saw the little chart of the big green candle, the small little pullback, and the big candle, and they really thought that that was a chart. No, those three little candles signifies exactly what's written there. So I made it kind of like dummy proof. That's exactly what it says there. I don't honestly. Let's get something straight for everybody. I don't have to prove anything to anybody at all. None of you guys have to be proven anything by anybody. Not me. Nobody. The market will prove it to you, and it will teach you either the easy way or the hard way. It's up to you. But I don't have to prove anything to anybody. People don't have to prove anything to anyone. The bottom line is, if you don't understand level 2 and the tape and what it means, you're never gonna make it. Like, you're not gonna make it. Not as a day trader. I mean, that's it. That's the bottom line. That's reality. You could bamboozle yourself all you want, but the reality is, without knowing how to read that, yeah, not gonna make it. Yeah, 440. I think is the first. I think it's the first. 440 and 450 is the first step, I think, to the spike. And if the spike, if it shows up, that's it. It'll climb. Look, there was a large order on the bid of 425. All right. The price barely declined 2 cents, 3 cents, 5 cents now. That's not big. That's not a lot. You know what I mean? It's not really a lot. But look right now, 425 on the ask, 6,700. Now, if it didn't get filled, it's a 7,200 now. Okay. No, it's 390. The support is 390. And it hasn't gone to 390. Support is 390. Yeah, yeah, of course. It's a hidden sellers. Yeah, that's fine. But still, think about it. What you don't see in the level 2 is the market orders. Okay. And when you do the math in your head, what you see in the level 1 and you see the tape, the difference of shares, those are market orders. And you could tell which way the market is heading in real time, not a chart, not some lines, in real time. You know? I mean, it depends on the risk and to whom. You know? It's relative. It's relative to your account. You know? You have a small account, yeah, this might be a huge, and you're using margin, yeah, that's a huge risk. I think it's all relative to what you use. You know? Yeah, but think about the support area, right? It hasn't gone below the support area since 11. What was it? 11:15, an hour ago. Process profits. You're right. Percentage. You're right. That's the key. Percentages. It doesn't matter. It's not about money. It's percentages. It's what you don't get. You know what I mean? Like percentages is the key, not money value. Money value means nothing. Because 390 is the support. That's it. So I'll take it into account. All right, TH, you'll see. That's fine. You'll see. Because you think those are the only shares I'll keep. If it hits 290 at that, at 390, okay, I cut the losses. Okay, but there's a strong buying. There's strong buying. Okay, I haven't seen any signs yet that it has shifted. The normal fluctuations between 440 and 4, that's normal in any trade, any stock. That's not the key. When these things climbs more, I'm not keeping 18,000 shares. I'm adding double or triple that in a matter of seconds. And that's how I extract the money from there. You know? So, I mean, risk management is everything. Your buy compared to the risk level. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. You think those are the amount of shares that I will keep when it climbs? I'm not. I don't know. I don't understand what you're saying. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. 410 big bits of death? What does that even mean, bro? This is funny. Yeah, I'm seeing a flush right now. Yep, it's flushing. You see a flush? Here's the flush. Look at the flush. Look, there it comes. You see a flush? Did you see it? You missed it. No way, bro. Did you miss the flush? It got flushed to like 350. Did you see it? You're not seeing it, right? Dude, it got flush. Are we looking at the same screen? It literally got flush. It's too funny. Yeah, forget the VWAP, bro. I'm not even looking at that thing, bro. You crazy? VWAP. Do you even know how the VWAP gets calculated? Come on, man. Has nothing to do with the price action right now and the volume action right now. But look, it's getting flush right now. Oh, crap. Got flush. Oh, boy. Look what happens at 416. Look, magic. Look, magic. Look, 416. Look. Just keep your eye on 416. Look. I'm not adding near support. Not adding, I'm adding only when it's green, not adding in support. Adding on support. I'm not doing that. I add to the green profit only. I'm not adding to support. Anyways, look, it's getting flush right now. Let's wait for 415. Let's see what happens at 415. Two things could happen. Either goes back down or spikes back up. If it spikes back up, it confirms what I already seen is strong buying power. That's it. Look, 415. Let's see what happens. Oh, look at that, 417. Wow. Wow. It's getting flush, man. Look at that. It's a 390, 370, 360, 350. Flush. Come on, bro. Read the level 2. Look what happens when it hits 420. Look, learn. Learn, grasshopper, learn. Look what happens when it gets to 420. Okay? Now, if it happens to flush, it flushes. That's fine. I sell. That's it. No big deal. But the level 2 is not lying. Look at 417. All the orders didn't get sold. So, you see? Look. What are you talking about? Instead, you buy instead the sellers. I don't even know what you're writing, bro. There's no buying support. What are you talking about? All right. You know what? It is what it is, bro. I don't even know what you're writing. Oh, you deleted the message because I just don't understand what you're writing. Not down 5,000. I mean, $5,000. You think it's a lot of money? $5,000. You think it's a lot of money? Come on, bro. I've been down $20-something thousand, $30,000, $50,000. That's fine. No big deal. I'm not gonna stress over that. It's just an amount of money. No big deal. That's, you know, things could go negative and you lose money. That's fine. The key is in the long run, the green ones outweigh anything that I lose. That's the key. Look at 416. Look at 416. Look, yeah, the amount of money is just a number. That's it. No big deal. That's not the key. I cannot be trading the P&L. Dude, I'll lose money the moment I do that because then I'm not thinking of what works is the process. Look at 416. What happens at 416? You have to constantly look at the order sizes and the bid and the ask. You can see which one is greater. And you see how it's being recorded on the tape. And that tells you supply and demand, which way the price is going to go. I mean, that's it. That's what I do. That's it. That's all I need to see. Okay? Look at 415, 2600, 2600. Let's see what happens. Of course, I'm not going to add. I already added where I needed to add when it was positive. I'm not adding below that because if it does flush, then I'm going to compound my losses. And that's the point. I'm not going to do that. That's a crazy risk. If I add when it's already below the threshold, then if it flushes like you want, I'm going to lose even more money. I'm not going to do that. I don't add when he's losing. I add when he's going up and gaining. That's the key. When it's green, I add. Now when it's red, the red is okay. It's within the window of the 390 support area. That's fine. No big deal. But I'm not going to compound that with more shares in case it does drop to 390 and below, then I lose even more. That's crazy. I'm not going to do that. Why would I add down here, bro? Why would I add? What, to bring the average down? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you want me to do? Buy more so I could bring the average down? That's crazy. That's insane. I can't do that. But you don't, what's my risk level? You don't know my risk level? I could be down $30,000 in this thing right now and it doesn't even bother me. I don't understand what risk level you're talking about. That's what I understand. Anyways. Okay, look, it dropped, right? So I start selling. Look, here you go. I'm selling. Right? I sold. Okay, you see that? I'm selling. I can't sell everything at once because I'm gonna fill with some crappy ass value, right? Now, you're probably freaking out, oh my God, $7,000. It's not really a lot of money. Okay? But that confirms one thing. It dropped to 380, was it 87? Now, let's see if it bounces up. If it continues bouncing up, it confirms price support level is there at 390, 387, I think it was 387, 384, right around there. So it's still between 390 and 384. I'm just going to wait. I sold. I can't sell everything at once because I'm going to get filled with some crap because it's market level, right? And I wait. That's it. But trust me, if it doesn't drop any lower than that and starts doing the opposite, climbing, then I'm going to compound the winnings. And that loss you see of $7,000 will get erased in a matter of seconds. And that's, I think, I don't know if you understand it or not, but I'm not going to add here. I'm going to do that. Because if it continues to decrease, then I lose even more money. And that's not the key. The key is to allow it to hit the support area and let it climb right back up. Because ultimately, look at 398. Let me see, what was it 384? I think it was. All right, we just wait. Let her do its thing. Now, listen, I got to tell you, bro, this is all the backside. You're correct. And I said it at the beginning. This is the backside of the trade. I said it at the start, at the beginning. Look, bro, if you are going to day trade and losing $5,000 on $10,000 freaks you out, I have something to tell you. Do not day trade. You understand? Don't do it. If you lose any amount of money and you freak out, or it concerns you, or you're so preoccupied with the amount of money instead of the process, do not day trade. Stay away from it. Okay? Because that emotion itself dooms your day trading. Like, don't do it. Don't do it. You think I'm concerned with that? No, I'm not concerned with that. I don't care. It's not a big deal. Yeah, yeah, you could disagree with my process. It's all good. Yeah, yeah, you could disagree all you want. It's all good. All right, 380 is the lowest. 379. All right, 379. Keep a mental note of it. You'll see. You'll see. Because the key component of making a profit out of this, you haven't seen it yet. And it's the actual dynamically dramatic, substantial increase of shares when it goes the upside. You'll see. Just like I showed you last Friday. You saw it real time. In a matter of 2 seconds, 3 seconds, it was 3,000, 37, whatever, 1,000 shares, right? I mean, 3,700 or 3,200 or something like that, whatever. But that's not what I was trading with the whole time. That's all it matters. The amount of shares when it comes to this, the amount, how many pennies it moves in a certain way. That's it. Shorts in this thing, this is hard to borrow. It will be very rare to see large amounts of shorts. Let me see. Yeah, it's hard to borrow. What's the float 6.5? What's the news? No, that's not fast enough. No. Mm. It's too slow. Oh, that's closer. No. No. All right, what were we here? 385, 387. That's fine. Let's see what happens at 388. Let's see. It didn't hit 379. No. Oh, yeah. You know what happens in the future, I'm sure. I'm sure you have a crystal ball in your house and you can tell the future. You know. That's too funny. That is too funny. You can tell the future now. That's awesome. You should be an excellent day trader then. You could tell where everything's going to go. Oh, I know why you do it. The charts. The charts allow you to do it. I'm just going to let it flush some more, okay? I'm going to let it flush. Let's let it flush. Let it flush. You should do it. Bobby, how you doing, Bobby? You should do it. Why not? Let's see what happens at 4-3. 5,000, 5,300 shares. Okay. So can we say that the support is 379, right? That was the lowest it went, 377, 379? What do you mean, no? Losing $5,000 is no big deal. If you are so attached to your money in a loss, or you cutting your losses, whatever, because you're gonna wait, or whatever the strategy is, if you have issues cutting off the money and losing, dude, like, you shouldn't be doing this at all. Shouldn't be doing this at all. Because emotionally, you're gonna destroy yourself. You can't be thinking. You can't be thinking of this, as of money being. You forget the P&L. Forget that. You can't think about that. I'm not thinking about it. You're the one mentioning it. I'm not mentioning it. Yes, at the end of the month, at the end of the year, you clear $2, $3 million. Yes, you're making money. I don't care if I lose 6,000 or 11,000 in a day. So what? You kidding me? No, because remember, as long as you already know what you're gonna lose, it's fine. Nobody cares about that. It's a predetermined risk. It's fine. Like I'm not gonna lose more than 25,000 in a day. That will have a problem with. That's it. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not even halfway there. No, I believe I had it. I went in before that, lower than 447. It was 434. The only reason it's 447 because I had even more when it was going up. But I'm not gonna add when it's below. Anyways, I'm like explaining everything all over again. If you don't get it, it's fine. I get it. But no, like you cannot add to a loser in the sense that it's not in the green. Can't add to that. That's not cool. Because if it hits the support area, the losses will be compounded by whatever I added. Can't do that. Okay, dropping. Oh my God, you and the VWAP. Bro, get over those things, bro. All right, that's fine. You can, yeah. Go ahead, believe in the VWAP. You have a time limit when P&L needs to be green. Do you do it, every month, right? Don't you want that every month? Make sure you have profits. Yeah, that's the key. You think I'm gonna be sweating it for $11,000? No, bro, I'm not gonna sweat it for that. Dude, the support level has been, it was 390 and recently went down to 377. But it's been in that area, 377 to 390. That has been the support. If you look at it, that's it. That has been the support in real time. Now it's more like a 377. That was the last one. So the range is between 377 and like about 440 something, 440. But you could bet that if this thing goes high, if it drops below 377, I'm selling clearly. I'll walk away with a loss. If this thing climbs above 447 and aims for 390 or whatever it is, but as long as it goes higher than 447, I'm adding more, like a lot more. And that's fine. That's the key. Now, if it flushes, I can't do anything about it. If it flushes to the downside, I can't do anything about it. If it flushes to the upside, well, I can't do anything about it. I mean, that's it. I don't have control of those things. I can only have control of, the number of shares I have in. What I have in, it's not really a lot. I know it's all relative, so it's fine. Whatever. Like, I wouldn't be able to do this in a $200 account or $500 or $1,000 account. I couldn't do it, right? Obviously, duh, I couldn't do it. You can't day trade with $1,000. You just can't do it. You need minimum $50,000 cash. I mean, minimum you need that. Preferably 100 to 150,000. You're not gonna do this with $5,000 or $1,000. You can't do this. Okay, cannot. Day trading, you're not taking it serious. You need money. You need 50,000 at a minimum. That is the lowest that you could have. You want to day trade, honestly. Anything lower than that, no pun intended, but you're gonna struggle. Yeah. I left. Yeah, something came up, family, personal. I left. I just walked away from I logged out and everything. And I said to myself, I'm gonna go back and whatever and sell it, whatever. I didn't. So what I did is the following morning, and it's on the video. The following morning, I just cut the losses. Whatever. I think it was like $18,000. Not a big deal. I think the same day I made it all back, anyways, and walked away with like $8,000 profit. And yeah, I mean, I'm not using anybody's money. I mean, like, clearly, it's my own freaking account. If I want to hold it, I hold it. If I want to sell it, I sell it. Well, I don't know why you guys take it so personal, At the end of the day, look, you look at the stream that day, the same stream you're talking about that I held, and I forgot, and I did forget because by the time I look at the time, it was like 8:05. I'm like, oh, crap, I forgot to sell those orders. The following morning on the live stream, I actually went in and I sold. And one of the stocks in there, I didn't know. I totally forgot. If I read it, I totally forgot. One of the stocks, they changed the ticker name, the ticker, they changed it from one day to the next. So the following day, it was like, oh, crap, I got to call my broker to get rid of it because I couldn't trade it out because the ticker already had changed. So anyways, I sold everything that morning. And I think it was like 18,000 loss or whatever. I was like, okay, whatever, that's fine. That same day, in the live stream, I mean, I think it was 31,000 or 37,000 I made. So clearly, it went over whatever losses from the day before. So it's not a big deal. I mean, money comes and goes. You cannot be thinking about this in the sense of money, because then you lose everything. You're gonna lose your life here, financial life. You can't think about money in that way, okay? You're gonna have ups and downs. The key is when they're up, you maximize as much as you can. In the downs, well, you do your best to minimize it as much as possible. And that's it. The other day, I held those shares because the volume died down and I couldn't just get rid of it because I bought like a good amount, and that's fine. No big deal. No big deal. It's not your money. Bro, struggle trades, bro. Hey, look, bro. All I'm telling you, my view of day trading, that is 90% the level 2. You don't even read the level 2, and that's what I was trying to explain to you. That's it, level 2. Resistance, support, everything is level 2. The charts don't tell you crap, all right? And that's it. I showed it to you the other day. If you stick around, you'll see it here too. Level 2 doesn't lie. It tells you what it is. That's it. Um, I'm not go to your. I don't go and tell you what to do or nothing. I I explain to you how I do it. It's up to you to take it from that or don't take it. I don't care. Honestly, it's your account. It's your career. Has nothing to do with me. You know what I mean? Like that's ridiculous to even get upset over anything like that. Just and you didn't see it last Friday because I showed you in real time with a stock that wasn't even for purposes of day trading, wasn't even a scalper type of trade. And I still pull it out of my sleeves, right? I did it in real time so you could see it. You guys were talking about it, and I did it. I even made a video about it so you could go back and review it so you could see what I'm talking about level 2. I literally opened the level 2 like this, and I ignore the chart. Okay? And that's it. That's what I was trying to explain to you. This is the most important thing to do. If you don't get this, you're never going to get trading. I mean, at least day trading, you're not going to get it if you don't understand what's going on here. And that's all I was trying to explain to you. This. But you refuse to even look at level 2. And that's fine. Dude, that's your strategy. That's your strategy. That's fine. That's your problem, not mine. I don't care. You think I care, bro? Nah, man. You didn't pay a penny for my lifestyle or anything I do. You pay nothing. So I don't care. That's the bottom line. Man, it's so windy and cold outside, man. Mm. I gotta go to Puerto Rico in the winters. I can't stay here. It's too cold. Yeah, flip a coin. Yeah, yeah. You're right. I was unable to tell the price in real time. I was unable to see the support level in real time. Yep. Flip a coin. It's all about flipping coins. Trading is all about flipping coins. All right. What shares? I'm down 60 cents. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. It depends your strategy, what you want to do, but yeah, it's. Dude, I'm not preaching anything, bro. You think I'm preaching anything? I don't care. I'm explaining how I do it. Don't like it? Don't do it. I strongly suggest you not to do what I do. That's my professional advice. Don't do what I do. Don't do it. Do you. You do you. I do me. You do you. That's it. Don't copy me. Do not copy me. As a matter of fact, I strongly recommend you not to do it. The same way I'm not going to copy you. You know? You see, and that's the thing. Getting out when it pulls back. Pulls back to what? It depends what you're doing. You know, you playing with Monopoly, you playing like Mickey Mouse money, like tiny amounts. So yeah, to you a pullback of 10 cents, 15 cents, you flipping out. For me, it could move $1, I don't care. That's not the point. Because the point is, when it does go higher, then quadruple the amount of shares so I can quadruple the profits. And that's what you don't see. You don't see. You don't see that. Because what, it's 50 cents away? After I already added more? Whatever. It is what it is. I don't sell courses, bro. I don't sell any. Hold on a second. I hear some. I read something about selling anything. I do not sell crap. Don't sell anything. I don't want to sell. It's not my thing. I don't do this to sell crap to anyone. So let's get one thing clear. I want nothing from nobody. Not a dime. Nothing. They don't care about any of that. I don't need it. I don't sell courses. I don't do any of that. Okay? I feel kind of bad that people don't understand that level 2 is really the key to understand how to trade. And I just bring it up because I see a lot of people stuck with the charts, and it's not like that. There's nobody that has been trading, day trading for a long time. Nobody makes it as successful by reading just the chart. That's ridiculous. Okay? And it doesn't happen. Right? You could try all you want. You could bamboozle yourself all you want. But until you master the tape on the level 2, you're not going to get it. That's the bottom line. That's the key. You're going to learn the hard way when it comes to that. Now, I don't sell crap to anybody. So I don't have to prove crap to anybody. I don't care. You understand? Now, if I was selling a course, or I'm like charging people this and that, or you could come and see me and trade for a fee. No, bro, I don't charge anything because I don't care about any of that. I could literally turn this crap off tomorrow and my life continues the same. You understand? Not trading anything, bro. I'm not like selling crap. Now, if I was selling a course, yeah, then it's a big deal, whatever I'm saying. But I'm not selling crap. I'm not going to sell anything. I don't care about any of that. I'm retired, bro, for a long time. I don't do this. I don't do this to charge people anything. I don't care about that. Are you kidding me? If I take the charts off from here, people, you guys won't even bother to see anything. If I take them all off, I have them small. You can't see anything. You can't tell the candles. If I take the charts off, then there's a fight. How come you don't have charts? Frank, you don't have charts. You gotta have charts. You can't trade with charts. The charts is, oh my God, bro. Nobody could ever be happy. I don't bother with the charts. The only thing I have the 20 EMA and the 9 EMA and 200 is to see what the overall trend of the market is from the people that have transacted until now. That's the reality. I see that. Okay? But that's it. I don't see it to tell me what the market price will be. That's ridiculous because that's the past. It doesn't tell me what's going to happen now. Yeah, maybe you would have cut it. That's fine. And nobody should argue that. If that's your strategy, that's fine. If it works for you, that's great. You understand? And that's my point. Everybody has a unique way of doing things. You could just sell for 40, for 42. I added. Actually, my entry was 334, right? I added as it went higher, which is fine. I already knew the support level is about 390. Now it's at 377. That's fine. Or 74, 72. That's fine. And I could cut off. I could start cutting my loop, like I did before. I cut, a percentage of the shares as it declines. Okay? So it doesn't result in more losses to me. So I can go ahead and take down numbers of shares to minimize the losses as it climbs down. You have to understand, at least from my perspective, every stock goes up and down, whatever. But if I'm trying to catch the bigger picture, I have to ensure that I give it room so it could go down. It's gonna go down, okay? And I just cut the losses. That's fine. But the moment it climbs, then I add up, the profits. I can add to it. That's it. In the grand scheme of the big picture, that's really it. If you look at the stock in the bigger picture, it's going up. Momentarily, it might be down. That's fine. A few minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Okay, fine. Who cares, right? Now, you will care if you have such a tight stop loss and your margin is so high, meaning the number of shares are so high in comparison to your account value that, yeah, you're going to be in a compromising position there. You're going to have to do something about it because you're risking too much of your capital. If I were to tell you, I'm risking about 1% of my account value, this thing could go to zero and it means nothing. You understand that? Not a big deal. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. LOD. What is that? You must not know how to read because the low of the day is 285. You must not know how to read numbers. I get it. I understand. That's why you don't like level 2. I get it. It's okay, bro. It's all right. Not all of us got a good education. I get it. I understand. It's fine. It's okay to be different. You know, still love for you, bro. It's all good. One day you're going to learn it. To read the numbers. You're going to learn. I mean, it's up to you. You're going to learn one way. I guarantee you're going to learn it. Or you're going to quit. You're going to give up. Two things are going to happen. You give up or you learn it. That's it. Those are the only two things that are going to happen. You either give up or you learn. Man, I have yet to see the flush. Where's the flush? Where did the flush go? Where's the flush? It didn't flush. Hasn't flushed yet? No way. Where's the flush? Where's the so-called flush? Where's the flush? Looking for the flush. Where's the flush? Where's the flush? Flush, come back. Where's the flush? Where's the flush? Oh my God, you continue with the P&L. Bro, stop trading the P&L, bro. This guy's stuck in the P&L. Boy, P&L. There you go. And I want to see what happens at 235 here. 235. I don't work for SME, bro. I work on my own, bro. I don't work for anybody. I haven't worked for anybody for a while. 235. Look at 235. You see the number? All right, here. There you go. Is that a choo-choo train for me up, Splinter? So tell me, guys, should I sell that? Huh? Or I should add more, right? I should add more. Why not? Why shouldn't I add more? I should add more. The high of the day is 263. Okay. Let's see if it breaks through it. Going once. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not selling that. Why am I going to sell that? It's climbing. All right. I'll leave 1200 there to hang out. I think I was on mute. I have to just wait until large orders smack that 271 so I could buy in more. So then I'm chilling. 268. All right, look at those large orders on the ask. Now my entry is at 248. So that's fine. The high is 271. Limit up is at 305. But I'm not seeing large orders yet. Maybe at 270, 271. Let me see. If it goes to 270 and it goes higher and it can sustain the new price, I'm in. There's large orders on the bid. Now on the ask. All right. I'm gonna start reducing the size. Wait. See if it spikes right there. 264, 66. All right, I'm just waiting for the orders and see if large orders do come in. Look at that, 100,000 shares on the bid, and they're flying off. And the price is not decreasing by a lot, a penny. That's it. Actually, it hasn't decreased. Still is the same. Oh, it's going up. All right, I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I need the bids to reduce the order size and the ask to be greater. That's big orders right there. 50 something thousand shares at once. Wow. Okay. It dropped to like 256. Now 258, 57. So that's a pullback. 59. Right here. I'm in. I'm looking at the order sizes. The ask. Okay. Yeah, I'm not paying attention to the chat now, guys. All right. I'll read it once I finish here. It's a game time right here. All right, it's decreasing to 60. Still to 60 to 59. Keeping an eye on the orders on the ask. Okay. No large orders for now. So time to decrease. Oh, there's a large order there. Oh, that's big. 23,000. Oof. Nice. Here. High of the day is 274. Limit up is at 315. To 59. 60. 61. 60. 59. 62. 63. Let's break 70, 273, right? 74. 274 is the high of the day. So I'm looking for that. If he breaks that and goes higher, okay, look at those massive orders on the ask. You see that? All right. I need the price to continue higher than that. If not, then the buying has decreased, but still increasing. I'm looking for 274 and higher in order for me to add more. There you go, 272, there you go. Oh. Okay, back down. I'm still waiting. Waiting for 274 and above. Okay, 271. 270, 69 again, 68. All right. So it tried like 3 times already to get to like 274, 270, 71, 72, and then declines back to 260s, right? So there we go. Oh, again, 270. Now let's see what happens if massive orders do come in, right? Look, 269, 2,500 shares, all right? 270, 3,500, 271, 2,800. But I need massive. I need more than that. I need 5,000 and over, just like in the bid right now. Now, the bid has large orders, but the price barely even moved, okay? So that tells me there's strong buying. Look at 270. The 270 is 13,000 shares, okay? Now my entry is 264 because I bought more, right? So if it gets close to that, I have to start selling. All right, it's 270. I'm still waiting for 270. There you go. So 70. Okay, 73, 74. Okay, 274. Come on. Back to 268. All right, so that's it. The market doesn't want to go any higher for now. So I'm gonna have to start reducing my size, right? So I minimize the losses, right? So I did sell, okay? So in real time, you can see the price refused to go any higher, so it began to sell, which is normal. That's what happens. Exactly, going once, going twice. That's the idea, all right? But it didn't go any lower than 257. I believe that was 257. So I'm keeping an eye on it. Now, I'm trying to see if it makes it to 274 and see how high it can go. So I could pull another 5,000 out of it, you know? That's the key. So I'm just waiting for the proper time. Okay, it's going up. Okay, you see the prices? Right? 264, back to 62. Okay, those are large orders on the ask. I want to see if it hits 262, what happens to the price? If it goes up, confirms strong buying. Sorry guys, I can't look at the chat now. Sorry. I gotta concentrate what I'm doing. This is game time. Okay, volume is adding up. It's increasing on the ask. Price is still climbing. Let's see if it breaks. What happens at 265? All right. Two things are going to happen. There you go. That's it. Good boy, baby boy. Let's go, baby boy. Let's break that 274. Okay, 268 is the next point I want to see. I want to see those 10,000, 11,000 shares going through like nothing. If it goes through like nothing and the price continues up, it's confirmed. It's buying season. Oh, look at that. Wow, massive. Let's see what happens. 268, 269.70. Come on, you could do it. No shark could tell you this, but it's all good. $268, looking at 268. Look at that. That's massive. Okay, I got any more? Looking for 274. 274. Waiting for 274. There you go. Oh, come on. Went back to 71. It went all the way to 76. I believe 76, 77. All right. Pullback is fine. Pullbacks are okay. Healthy. Expected. I want the pullback. Because it wipes, it cleans it out. It gets rid of those people that believe only in the shorts. A violent pullback, those are good. I like it. I like violent pullbacks. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Oh, it's going to be beautiful. I'm using whatever I already made in this stock as leverage. It's all good. Oh, it hasn't finished yet. We'll see. But that's a violent pullback. So that's good. Violence is good. Anyways, what's the other stock doing? What was the other one? JVH. Yeah. So yeah, I was waiting to see the break of 274. It didn't do that. So going once, going twice. Time to get out. But first, I'm gonna go ahead and take some. Oh, I do it, and you go ask Splinter. I do it on certain violent pullbacks only. The only way I do it is that's my strategy. You don't have to like it. You can say whatever you want. But in a violent pullback, I do buy in for sure. But keep in mind, it's really not a big size. Okay. Cool. You got in again? I don't know what travel thing. What is that? I don't understand what you're saying. It depends. It depends. I don't have something solid. It depends what it is. It depends. Per day, I know $25,000 is my limit, but it depends. It depends what I'm doing in the specific trade. Everything's different. So man, I'm hoping the power doesn't go out because it's very windy outside. And up here, 2,000 feet above sea level, it's windy quite often. What do you mean it shouldn't sit well with me? That is windy? Nah, I can always get on my phone and sell everything. Yeah. As long as my phone has charge, let me double check. You'll be okay. You know, be fine. It's all good. Power goes out. The worst thing could happen is YouTube goes out and then I have to reset it. But the trades, I just get on my phone and cancel if I have to cancel. Fine. I have access on my phone. Clearly. Yeah. So no, I'm not. I don't stress over that. Now, most of the time, violent pullbacks, when they're violent, okay, meaning in a matter of seconds, it just flushes big time. Um, Most of the time, based on my experience, my opinion only, okay, don't take it as true or nothing. It climbs right back up. That's just my experience. So, in my strategy, I do buy into it when it happens. When I see large amount of buying orders, okay, there's extreme power to the upside of buying power, and there's an immediate flush, violent flush that happens in seconds, and something dramatic like 20 cents, 30 cents. In my strategy, I would buy in at the bottom part, because more likely than not, usually climbs right back up. But that's just me, my strategy. Apart from that, yeah, I'm not gonna buy in the lower area. So let's see what happens at 245. If it spikes up into the 247 or high 240s. Okay. That's all I'm waiting for. What do you mean it shouldn't sit well with me? My risk for tolerance has nothing to do with your risk of tolerance. So what sits well with me might not sit well with you. What sits well with you might not even be a remote thought in my brain. So everybody's different. I'm not trading your account. You're not trading mine. You know, that's it. That's the bottom line. Everybody's unique. Now I'm going to let it continue climb, see if it makes it to the high of the day, 278. And I just sit back and wait. Or it flushes. I must be old, because I don't know what vibing means. I must be old. Is that like a new term? Vibing? I have to look it up. Slang for good feelings. Okay. Good vibes. I get it. Oh, vibing. Good vibes. Got it. All right. My bad, bro. I'm stuck in a long time ago. All right. Time to reduce it. Gotcha, bro. Thanks for explaining it. Um, yeah, explain it. I mean, I saw the in my other monitor here, GSLI. Was that GSLI? Did I get? Oh, GLSI. GLSI. Oh wow, nice float. All right, I have to decrease the size here because it's shifting a little bit to the downside. Unless okay, it's back up again. All right, we just wait. Just wait. GVH is moving again, so I might have to step it up on that one. I mean, to be able to tell, and I want you to be open minded about this real quick, all right? To be able to tell in real time how powerful the buying side is in comparison to the selling side is huge. And the thing is, no chart can tell you that. No chart, no studies could tell you that in real time. None of that. Like, you're not going to know. You could guess all you want. You could think you know. You could, speculate all you want, but you just simply won't know by looking at the chart. But in the level 2, I'm able to see the actual power behind the buying power. The amount of orders, how fast they flow into the agreement stage, which is the level 1, right? And that, to me, is the key to be able to tell that. But everybody's different. Some people like charts with lines everywhere, this way, that way, touches this, touches that. They won't get it. The buyers have been telling me the whole time. I mean, the level 2 tells me the whole time buyers are in control. If you notice, when the price declined to the 2, I don't know, what was it? 234. It declined to like 230, 232. Okay. It was from up here to 232, right? If you notice in the bid and the tape, the order size that caused the decline was not huge. Okay. That's an anomaly. You could rewind the tape and see it. I mean, the video, whatever, and see it. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Sure. I don't use it. The latter thing is something new that we're testing out like a year ago. I don't trust that. I don't use it. Is that what you're talking about? The graphic, the it looks like a ladder, it goes up and down. I don't mess with it. I'm old school. I stick to what I've been doing for a long time. That's it. I believe what they have is the ladder, this system, the one that you see now, and the ladder or metrics, whatever it's called. But a live graph like bookmark type of thing. No, it doesn't have that. Think of swim. Yeah, I'm not sure what he's referring to. I don't use. I mean, I'm not familiar with TOS. I mean, I have an idea what it is, but I don't. Okay, I don't think DAS has that. Let me minimize the share size here because it flush. Here's a flush that you like. You see what I told you about those violent flush? It went all the way down to like 224. It's already by 234, 235, right? So that what it did there is those sharp believers that have stop losses. The computer just went for them. They just went for the stop losses. They just, they just want them. That's what they just did. The market maker just went after your stop losses in a violent push to get them. Look at the amount of the orders. Yeah, I mean, you can argue with the tape. It's telling you right there how many orders are going through. Even the people bidding down the price, they don't lower the price. For the amount of volume that is going through, you will see a drastically, substantially lesser price, but it's not doing that. So just wait. I would just wait. Again, don't try this at home. This is just me. Yeah, I saw that in the scanner, BOXL. But there's no volume for me. Sorry, no volume. It has to be at least 1 million shares. It's not there yet. Yeah, maybe for later, but right now the volume is low. Yeah, don't try this at home. No, you should not copy anybody. Definitely not me. Bro, your account, your money, your problem. Not mine. I'm simply showing what I do. That's it. It's almost at 1 million shares. So that was a pullback. 267. I think it went down all the way to 265. What's the news on this thing? It's a reverse split. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. All right, level 2. I don't know what the question is. You don't have to believe in what I say. As a matter of fact, you shouldn't believe anything I say. You should just watch and do your thing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what the question is. Nobody can guarantee you anything, bro. Nobody's gonna guarantee with certainty. that you're going to win or lose. Whoever tells you that, they're lying to you. I'm laughing here. That is so funny. You don't want to even get dressed. Yeah, I'm thinking honestly. I don't know. Why not let other people see what you do? You know what I mean? Like, why not? Just wear a tank top and some boxers, and that's it. You know. Look, I'm a firm believer that if we all share our experiences, someone could take the positive and implement their own strategy or whatever works for them. Whether they believe in the shark or not, or level two or not, doesn't matter. You know. You could buy a course with that 2000 and still get over volcano. Yeah, yeah. You could buy all the courses you want, and you're still gonna go back to zero. Well, that's unrealistic. Nobody else will. No, nobody ever has no red days. Come on, you can any trading. Even if you execute a perfect plan, you have no control over the market. All right, let's see if the consolidation is over. Let's see what happens if it hits 240. That's pretty cool. The casual day trader show up whenever you show up, and that's it. That's pretty cool, actually. That's funny. That's pretty cool. That's what you should do. Name it just like that. The casual trader. Or whenever the hell I want to trade trader. And you show however the hell you want. Or better yet, the PJs trader, the pajamas trader. You show up in your boxers and a tank top. You're good. That's funny. That's funny. Batman. Hey, you go always take a picture of the socks and post them. Clean socks, that is. You know what I mean? Wouldn't that be the best? But not even computers could do it. Imagine that. You need that human factor. And they've been trying to do that for a long time. They can't get it done. Not consistent. Nope. Because think about it. Not even computers can determine what the future price will be. Not even a computer could do that. Not the studies, not the chart, not a computer. They can't determine that. They don't know. So that's why it's so difficult. Yeah, don't do it. Keep it to yourself. I got to tell you something. It's funny if you think of this logically. All right, check this out. If every trader in the market knows that a specific time the price is going to be a certain level, what do you think is going to happen? I didn't turn anything red. What are you talking about? Green to red? Where have you been? What is it called? I'm key trades. I mean, where have you been? I literally said what I was doing. No, what happens center start? If every trader knows that in the future, at a specific time, at a specific price, The stock is going to be there. There will be no market. Everybody will be there doing the same thing, and nobody's going to sell, right? There'll be nothing. You know what I mean? So that's why it's impossible, because nobody could tell the future. If people could tell what is going to happen, everybody will line up. Let's get it straight. Everybody's greedy. Everybody wants to make money. People are not doing this for fun. You want to make money, right? You want to make money, you're greedy. Okay? If you know what the price is going to be in the future at a certain price level, a certain time, well, if everybody knows, everybody will be there doing the same thing, and then there will be nobody on the other side supplying the stock. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's gonna go nowhere. And that's why that could never happen. Because if that were to happen, there'll be no market. When I say everybody, I mean every single trader, computer or not, everyone. Then clearly you cannot have everyone on one side and nobody on the other side, because then there's no market. That's why nobody can tell the future. Now, if there's any tool that tells you what the price will be, I'm telling you, there will be no market. Bro, listen, my account, liquidity-wise, is nothing compared to what's in the market. This is peanuts. Nah, Splinter, I seen your trades, man. You send them to me. I seen your trades. No, you trade good. Come on, Splinter. Stop bamboozling people, bro. I know the truth. I seen your trade. All right? You're good. I seen your trade, Splinter. We know what's up. Yeah, especially the market. And if you're a sharp believer, yeah, well, you're never going to make it there, but you get it. I should make a video one day of how my life is every day. But no, I don't. I'm only here to show my trades. Trust me, I don't want to get into the personal stuff. Because then you always have haters, and then you have the extreme everywhere. So let's avoid all that. Stick to trading. There's always people. Anyways, you know what I mean. Oh, Splinter, you know about that? My wife was mentioning that the other day. Yeah, I mean, everybody has unique lives, different perspective about things. I'll tell you what, this thing back here is real. Like, that's my actual view. That's not a picture, you know. Well, sometimes you see my dog, the trader dog I have, he's a trader. He comes here with his paws and he just buys and sells. But that's how easy trading is. My dog can do it. I just grab the paw and hit the hotkey, you know. Joke aside. I think we're the ones that make this more difficult than what it needs to be. All right. So I'm sorry. What were you saying about turning green into red? I don't understand that comment. Let me go back and see it. Who was that? Did you just? I'm key trade, so I don't know how to pronounce that, but yeah. I did turn BNAI from green to red for a little bit. I sure did. Guilty as charged. But I explained what I was doing. You weren't there to catch it. That's on you. Well, I'm gonna let it ride. I might even buy more. Why not? Right? I'm gonna buy some more. I'll buy a whole lot more. But I'm not gonna buy blindly. I have to wait for the level 2 to tell me. So it went up to like 256, I think, 255. Back to 251. 252. See what happens at 254. If it spikes up. Ideally, I want to hold it until it goes 278, the high of the day, and continues flying up. And if I'm lucky, if this works out even great, imagine hits 3, 4, 5, 6, I'm chilling. But, you know, it is what it is. It went back to 250. To 54. That is buying pressure. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you in the level 2. I mean, that's beautiful. I mean, that's some serious buying pressure going on right now. It just might be a choo-choo train forming up. Splinter, choo-choo train coming. Look at that, 22,000 shares. We'll see what happens at 255. That's a good strategy, right? Can't lose if you... Yeah, the problem is a company files for bankruptcy, you do lose. But anyways, the buying pressure to the upside is pretty strong. And that's what I was saying about the level 2. If you're lucky. Oh, about like 3 or 4 or 5? Dude, because that's not realistic. I say it all the time. If you expect a stock to go up dollars and dollars, that's not realistic. That's crazy, right? Like, that's not highly probable. It happens once in a while, but it's not normal. It's not the normal thing. And that's what I'm saying. This stock, more likely than not, it's not going to go beyond 280 maybe at most, 290 at most. This thing is not going to go 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's why I said that. If you get lucky, it goes to high. The reality is that's not likely to happen. But I understand that. I was joking, clearly. I know it's not going to go high up. It could, but nobody knows that. I'm not aiming for that. I'm aiming for the high of the day, nothing more. That's it. That's all I'm aiming for, because the buying power is pretty strong. And that's all I'm guiding myself on. I'm not looking at the chart to guide myself. I'm not looking at the types of candle. Is this a topping tail, bottoming tail? I'm not looking at any of that. Okay, it's declining a tiny bit and back up again. That's pretty strong. The tape is just a record, man. It's after the facts. Learn that. Okay, the tape doesn't have the answers of anything. The tape just records what has happened unto then. That's it. That's all it does, bro. It doesn't have answers. I don't know what you're talking about. The tape has the answers. That's like a pretty ignorant statement to say, you know? The tape only shows you what the buyers and sellers have agreed to in real time. That's it. Nothing else. So I don't understand having the answer. I mean, what is that? That's ridiculous. Doesn't have answers. It has a record. They should have a standardized IQ test to become a day trader. I don't know. Brokers should give a test out. If you don't pass this certain level of knowledge, you should forget it. No trading for you, because you're gonna waste your money. Tape has the answers. There's nothing to respect in the tape. It's just a record. Wow. Think. All right, so remember, 278 is the aim. But I'm looking at the price level, action, in the volume, in the ask. I'm looking for 259. Let's see what happens at 259 if it makes it there, okay? If it continues beyond 259, meaning 260, 261, that's confirmed strong buying to the upside, okay? So just waiting. I'm literally seeing the price changing. That's not hoping. That's being able to read the numbers. Look at, see, I mentioned 257, 258. Look at 258. Let's see what happens at 258, okay? If 258 smacks the ask and those orders get, you know, they buy them immediately and the price continues to 259, 260 or higher, that is power to the upside. There's no doubt about that. in real time, of course. Now, I'm sure some people will run and buy and sell right now because, they see green and they freak out, but they're scared. That's why they do it. You'll never make money like that. You'll never make money like that. All right, so I'm looking for 270. And again, if it goes to 278 and continues, fine. I'm not selling it. There you go. Okay, look at the order size. Pretty big. The price does not decline. To the contrary, goes higher. 67, 66 again, 67. Right, that's the second, third, 65 shows up. Exactly. I understand that. I know that. No, I know. They just limit orders. I get it. They have to hit the first row. That's it. That's what I want. Hit the first row. All those orders are chilling there watching TV. They're not being transacted yet. I know how it works. All right, I'm looking for 270. I want the 270 to smack the first row and see what happens when the 5,400 shares go through. Two things are going to happen. Either continues up higher or it declines. If it goes higher, confirms the strong buying power. If it declines, then that means it's getting weaker. $270, waiting for 10,000 shares. I'm waiting for 270. There you go. There you go. You see that? Now those people having FOMO, they want to jump in. I got something for them. Oh, a little pullback. It's fine. I already sold like a good portion. Violent pullbacks are good. Remember, I mentioned that earlier. It cleans out all those weak people. Get out. And people are reading the chart and they don't know what they're doing. They get wiped out. Why are you always freaking out about the hidden orders, bro? I don't care about the hidden orders. It's fine. No big deal. Look at the big picture of the market, what it's doing. That's it. The big picture. My entry is 248. Technically, I could buy a lot more here and just let it right back up. I'm not going to do that. Oh, cool. Can you send it to me or just put in a comment and I'll post it? Oh, I'll look it up. But you ask anybody that's been doing this for a while, consistently as a business, you know, provide for the family and all that, you see the level 2 is it. That's what they use. And they don't. Anyways, whatever. I don't want to beat their horse with it. You guys do what you do. If you want, You could send it over. I don't think you could do it through the chat, but you could leave it as a comment. No, 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 no. It's not about finding the hidden owners. That's fine. But it's for okay. But it's not a big deal. Not wasting time in finding them. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a big deal. One or two hidden orders does not destroy the market of what's happening when there's a strong volume to the upside. You understand? Like, it's pretty irrelevant. Okay, that's cool. But what I'm saying is hidden orders by one or two traders or whatever doesn't really shift the market, the overall market. That's what I'm trying to say. All right. Well, I'm gonna wait until it pulls back, and then I'll take some more. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. I gotta get some water too. It's all good. I don't know what you're talking about. Cut the back holes. Like GVH is irrelevant, bro. It's $1,900. It's crap. It's nothing. Like really, $1,900, $1,800 now. Really? I literally just took out 12,000 from the market. You think I care about $1,800? Like, come on, bro. Come on. Logic, brain. $1,800. We got more water, so we're good. Let me see if I can extract more out of BNI. I'm sure there are going to be some traders in there. They follow only the charts. I got something for them. Man, please. That's peanuts. All right, so that's just pulling back. Look, GVH is only 3,900 shares. Okay, I have enough capital here that I could get out of that. Okay, and probably even make it positive. So please, you're talking nonsense because you don't understand. Okay, how it works. You're still stuck with the charts. I get it. It's fine. Look, you'll get it one day. Trust me, you'll get it. If you don't quit, the professor market is going to teach you. You could call me all the names you want. You could be disrespectful all you want. I don't call you names. That's fine. You could call me clown all you want. At the end of the day, doesn't affect me. All right, so still pulling back, 278. I'll give you some more time. I want to see massive orders again, like before. So we'll wait. It's climbing back up, right? All the way down, 277. Now it's at 280. Okay, here we go. Condescending. You condescending. Is that you again with that word condescending? Please. I'm explaining what I do, bro. That's not condescending. You just don't like it. It's all good. But you used that word the other day too. Condescending. Right, 277. Still pulling back. Poor trade management. Please, bro. Please. You don't even see the big picture. You're stuck in the tiny little pictures of $20 stop loss. Please. $20. $20 in your trading for me is 20,000. Not a big deal. Okay, so chill. All right, still pulling back. Now look at those orders, 22,000 at 282. Interesting. What would the price be when that 282 smacks the first row? Two things could happen again. Either goes up or it goes down. If it goes up, confirmation that is strong power to the upside. There you go, 282. See what happens? 284. You see that? Bam. That's power. Power, power, power. So I let it pull back and then I strike. Small little size. Small size. No big deal. All right, out. Okay, it declined. So that was a violent pullback. Remember what I said about pullbacks? The violent ones. That's it. I think that was the high of the day, 289, right? Now it's the backside. Not ideal. But the violent pullback was not that big. It was only 9 cents, 8 cents. Not really that big. It's not really that big of a deal. It's not like this one that went from 266 to 230. This is 8 cents. It's nothing. All right, well, I'm going to ignore the chart because I don't care about that. You know, as this guy throws the word around condescending, like he knows what it means, you know, he should open the dictionary so he realizes what it means. And he'll see that at no time I have said to anybody that I'm more superior than them. I have never said that. People that have been in this channel for a while, they know I have never come across like that. So if you want to throw in a word like condescending, that just tells me you don't even know what it means, okay? All I tell people is what I do. It's up to them whether they want to see it or not. I don't care. It doesn't affect me. I'm not selling crap to anybody. I don't sell courses. I don't care. You understand that? So when you throw in the word condescending and calling people clown, the only clown is you, because you're the only one coming across like that. This is not a place to come and call people name or somehow write stupid words that you don't even know what it means. Just because you disagree with how somebody does something. That's like stupid, bro. Like if I owe you something, I don't owe you crap. You don't even know me. You don't like the freaking level 2? Don't like it. I don't care. Move on. Keep trading your whatever you do. Right? If you feel offended because I'm telling you that without knowing the level 2, you're never going to make it, well, that's your own personal problem. But the reality is you will not make it if you don't know level 2 and deal strictly with level 2. That's a fact. Good job, Jimmy. Good job. I think that the flush was too short-lived. It was only 8 cents. So that's why I didn't do it. It was just too short. You know what I mean? So that's why I didn't do it. If it would have been a longer flush, then yeah, probably I would have done it because it's one of the things I do. But apart from that, no, I think it was just too short. Look, PH23, listen, bro, straightforward. However I do my management of my trades is my freaking problem, bro. You understand? My risk level is not yours. My risk tolerance has nothing to do with your personal risk tolerance. You want to risk 20 bucks, 50 bucks, 100? That's your problem. I want to risk 10,000? That's my freaking problem. How is that your concern? It's not. The only reason I did it is because I see the big picture in the level 2, the strong buying orders. It is clear that it was going up. So I did it. And what happened? It did go up. And I did bank. So what? That's how I do it. You don't like it? Dude, don't do it. I've been telling you that. Do you. You do you. Okay? I don't understand why the argument and the fighting over something so stupid. Don't you have like better things to concentrate, like learning level 2? Come on, bro. Fine. Listen. Look, BNI, look at it. Okay? I'm gonna make it bigger here because you love charts here. Okay? It is still going up. You get that, right? It is still on the upside. You get that, right? That's why I don't care. Because there's strong buying power. As long as there's strong buying power, it's going to continue to the upside. And that's what you forget. You keep talking like if I hell went down. Dude, at the end of the day, it's still going up. And the amount of shares I had when it was going down is small. To you, it might not be small. To me, it is. Not a big deal. Now, when I cranked it up, it was 38,000 shares, something like that. That's when I cranked it up. That's it. But that was only for a little bit, not a lot. You're talking about management. I literally held the level of support as the stop loss below that. That's it. That is it. The rest, it did what it's supposed to do. So I don't understand. I guess you see it through your own level of tolerance, but that's not what is applicable here. No, I'll show the charts to you so you can see it, so you can understand what I'm talking about. You don't see the big picture. If I want to trade the entire trend for this BNI, and I know it's going up because the level 2 is showing that every time it pushes down, the price is brought back up, okay, with large orders. Clearly, it's to the upside. The move, the trend is to the upside. There's no question about it. There's not something that we need to disagree about. It's going up. It is still going up, okay? That's not a point of disagreement. Now, that you don't like my stop loss being 40 cents below whatever the average is, well, that's your problem. I don't have a problem with it. I'm okay with that because I knew that it's going up. Now, if the market was telling me that it's going down and there's a small amount of orders to the upside, then no, I would have not done it. But that's fluid. That changes as the market goes. And that's why you have to understand as a trader, or should understand as a trader, that you have to be flexible. You can't use rigid rules in that sense, because then you're going to get stopped out. You're going to lose money in electronic fees, whatever commission fees and all that crap. I'm trying to minimize all that. So what do? I make my stop loss broader, wider. Why get stopped out? Don't get it. Now, I didn't allow it to decline on me with 35,000 shares. I didn't do that. That'd be stupid. Okay? I'm not gonna do that. But 3,000 shares? 5,000 shares? Please, bro. And that's the thing. You're trying to reason through the eyes of your own biases, not with what you see. Clearly, the price is still going up. There's no disagreement there. It's going up. I don't see any evidence in front of me right now that the price is declining. I don't see it. Even if you see 276, 275, 74, back to 279, the overall big picture, it is still going up. It's pulling back, but it's still within the range of going up. And every time it pulls back right now, 269 right now on the bid, okay? Let's see how far down it's going to pull back. 267. What happens next? In real time. 266, 65. Now, large orders on the bid to 63, back to 65. You cannot argue with that. That is the current price in action. But the overall trend is still to the upside. So if I go in right now and I put my stop loss at $2, what do you care? You don't have to use my strategy, it's my strategy. Because as long as it continues to go up, all I have to do is add, and then get out. while it's still going up, I'm going to stay in it. Look, climbing back up to 70, 71. You can't argue with that. That's power. That's power to the upside. That's not an arguable issue. That's it. There's no argument about that. You're arguing about my stop loss? Please. That's my risk tolerance, not yours. Right. I think Draco is explained it in better terms when it comes to small float. Exactly. And that's the right. That's, you know what, Draco, I'll give you all the credit right there. That's a perfect explanation that I had difficulties explaining. That's perfect. It's just that. The pressure to the upside is so much that it's easier to just have a wider stop loss within my risk management, okay, requirements, and allow it to run for whatever time. You understand? And when it's in the green, then that's when I compound the profits by adding more and more and more and more and more and more until the market starts to slow down, and then I just sell like I did. That's it. That's not, I mean, maybe I didn't explain it right, but that's it. Now, if the market wasn't strong to the upside, meaning that I don't see in the level 2 strong price movement to the upside, okay, the price going higher, and I don't see large volume of orders, then clearly I'm not going to be doing that because there's no evidence that the price is going to go higher, that it's going to stay a strong market going to the upside. If I don't have that evidence, then I'm not going to do it. But I'm only doing it when I see that. Now, that doesn't mean that it's not going to change. It could change, but that's where the risk management comes in. 3,000 shares or whatever, it's not a big deal. I could get rid of it. Even if it's a $1,500 loss, okay, fine. Or 3,000, fine. You understand? But those, those are things that could happen, and it happens. But that doesn't mean that somehow I'm gonna limit myself the ability to compound the profits if it goes my way. You understand? That's it. I buy small first, and then I start adding as the market continues going my way. So that's confirmation that the market is going the way that I see it. It's going higher. It's going higher. So I'll start adding. If it fluctuates back down for a little bit to at least close to the support level, then fine. I already know that that's the support level. I expect that if it fluctuates back down, okay, I will have to cut losses depending on the levels. If it's after I already had it or before, I will still have a small amount of shares, but I still give it room to move. I'm not going to be choking the stock by the neck, okay? That if it moves a tiny bit, I'm out, okay? Because it's going to move, not just a tiny bit, a little bit, I don't add. I try not to add below my last level of adding, even if it drops back, pulls back lower. Okay, I wait until it reaches the level and then I add. Okay, because I don't know for certain that it will go up. I know more likely than not it will go up, but I cannot say with absolute certainty 100% that it will go up. And the moment I add, when it's at a very low level, meaning that I'm in the red, if I'm adding and it continues on the red, I'm just compounding my losses even more. So I don't do that. I wait and see and let it go higher. When it goes higher to the level where I added last or higher, then I'll add more, depending what I see on the market, how strong it is moving. Those are variables I have to take into account in real time. That's it. So the problem is what is harmful to somebody 15% on a position. It depends on your risk management. You understand? Like it all depends on the individual risk level. That's it. No, the first pullback was a flush. I had no control over that. Okay? It dropped 60 cents in a matter of seconds. That's it. If I were to sell, I would have gotten filled at the bottom, which would be the same as if I just held it. You understand? Like the outcome would have been the same. I would have lost no matter what. My initial buy is always a small amount of shares, bro. Always. So I don't know what you're talking about. The 190 pullback. Wait, let me. This right here. This thing right here. I sold on top. I don't know, the 190 pullback. I don't even know what the 190 pullback is. I sold as it was climbing. So you're talking about this one right here. I dropped from 240 to 205. I think that's what you're talking about, 190. Right? But remember, before I even jump in here, I already made profits all the way up here. Okay? I was already in the green. All right? And I knew back here, remember I mentioned in the video that the support level is in the 180s. I said it. So I have no problem holding a small amount of shares to 190 because I'm looking for the big picture moving upward. It never went below 180. It never went below 187. It didn't get to the support area that I calculated back here. It never did. So why am I going to be concerned when I'm looking at the whole movement? It never made it to 170 something, 180. Never did. Okay. But anyways, look, you disagree with that? That's perfect. That's your opinion. Okay. Hopefully you don't do it and it doesn't affect your trading. Me? Well, it was not a bad day when in the stock here. And I'm still waiting. I'm waiting like a sniper and see what comes up because this thing is not done yet. So I'm just waiting. That's the thing. You stuck with a risk reward. I don't do this for risk reward thing. I risk the least possible to avoid getting in, getting out, getting in, getting out, all that crap. Because that's more money in fees. Okay? Just think what happened every time I sold the shares. What happened? I brought it up from 3,000 shares to 30,000, 3,500, 35,000 shares. I sold immediately. Then I bought more, 30,000. I sold again. And that was like $5,000 each. You get that? That's the key. That's my strategy. I don't care if I have 3,000 shares hanging out the whole day. I could have 3,000 shares hanging out the whole day. I don't have a problem with that. But the moment the spikes up, I'm going to quadruple. I mean, it's going to be 10 times that. You understand? And that's where I take the money out. That's it. So the risk reward, I think you're thinking of, I mean, what is that I risk? $3,000? That's it? The one that you keep talking about, it dropped to 190. What was it? Not, it wasn't $3,000. It was like $1,400. Look at the video. I literally took out $12,000, bro. Like, who cares about $1,400? I think it was 187, 180 something, 170 around there. The first time when I bought in, it was around there. Anyways, bro, just go back to the video. You can rewind it and see it and all that. That's cool. Again, I'm not doing this for you to copy me, bro. I'm not doing that. You don't have to agree with it. You could disagree all you want. I don't mind having 3,000 shares hanging out like this one here, GVH. I don't mind that hanging out. I have no problem. The moment I see GVH moving, I'm gonna strike like a sniper. You understand? When I see that thing moving, those 3,900 shares are going to turn into 40,000 shares. I'm going to take it to the bank. Okay? That's it. I don't care about this. This is stupid. All right? I guess it's the equivalent. If it was a small account, you know, having 5 shares hanging around, 10 shares hanging around, and then when the spike comes up, I buy 500 shares. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make a difference. The rules is about entry. Okay? Read them. You know how to read. Read them. It's about the entry. What I see in real time here. That's it. Not the chart. You can see the chart. It's like, I cannot tell what candle is what. I only have it there for your entertainment. Because I know you like the charts. Yeah. Yes. The overall trend of the stock changes. If I see this stock right now, BNAI, starts trending to the downside, meaning I no longer see large orders on the ask to the upside. The moment I stop seeing that for a few minutes and I see massive orders to the downside, yeah, the trade is over. By the way, I'm not in a trade. I'm just looking at the stock. The trade was not over when it went to like 190, bro. It wasn't over. Because it's still going upward. It was still going up. And I could see the strong buying orders, is what I said. I even said it. There's strong buying orders and it's still going. Why am I gonna, that's it, walk away from it? No. I want it to continue to go up because I'm waiting for the spike so I can accumulate profits. That's all I'm looking for. Like, I don't see it now, but just have to wait, see if it shows up. Now, this is the #1 stock in the NASDAQ when it comes to gains. So there's a strong chance that there's a strong chance people want to bring it up to 289 or higher. So I'm just looking. I'm waiting to see if it happens. That's it. Yes, not okay. All right. It says cut your losers immediately. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. But I don't have any. You know, if I'm holding the shares, it's still part of the strategy that I'm doing at the moment. That's it. I think you're thinking like an immediate candle and that's it. I'm not looking at the candles, bro. You understand? I'm not looking at the candles. That's it. A loser to me is not a loser to you. Or a loser to you is not a loser to me because that's an individual risk. What's the loser to me? Okay. What, $5,000 for trade? $25,000 for the whole day? That's my loser. What's your loser? Is it the same? It's not. Your loser may be $20. It's not the same. So you can't think of your losers to be my losers. That's not logical. Everybody's unique. You have your own risk. It's not the same as me. As long as money is being made, I'm chilling, holding, and making more. Yeah. Now, if there's no money, then what? Then what? Yeah, if there's no money, why am I there? But look, this thing is still going strong to the upside. A little bit slow now, but there's still massive orders to the upside. Just think about this real quick. In the bid, 35,000 shares being transacted right now, 39,000 at 269. But the price does not decline that much. Just think about that. What does that tell you in real time? Massive orders on the bid, trying to beat down the price, but the price does not move. The strong buying, look, it goes even higher. 273, 274. I mean, that's evidence of the strong buying power. You cannot argue with that. I'm sorry, you cannot argue with that. Whether you like it or not, that's a fact. Well, if what you're seeing in BNAI is not momentum, then I don't know what momentum is. All right. 289 is the high of the day. Limit up is at 330. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Touch 291 once. Let's see if he breaks it. And if he breaks 3. Okay. All right. It's picking up. looking for it to break 290, 291 again. And that is able to sustain the price at that level or higher. So I could buy more. Back down 83.84. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not looking at the chat right now. I'm like concentrating this thing here. Give me a second. I'll read the messages now. There's a lot of math going on in my brain right now. 33,000 shares at 271, and the price goes up and then down. Look out, it's pretty strong. The only way I can tell the market orders is by seeing the difference between the limit orders that are going through and what's on the tape. Oh, it's the power hour now. Well, what you're missing is that I'm using just a small amount of shares. I could literally buy now to the point that it will be all green, right? So I'm not doing that. It's just a small amount of shares. So I wouldn't care. It's not 30 something thousand, 40,000 shares, you know. It's not that. That's why I allow it. It's not a big deal. SOPA. Oh, nice. Nice. Pull back, pull back. It refused to. Three, all right. You're 7-3, right? I'm not hoping. I mean, $25,000 is my max. I'm fine. It's just 16 cents, 20 cents. What's for the entry? 316, 390, 26 cents, 286, 4 cents, 30 cents. It's not a lot. You make it seem like it's dollars and dollars. That's moving 30 cents is normal. All right, I'll decrease the size now. Below 270. Yeah. Look at the orders here on the INET. Two 75. All right. 25. I know it's a pullback, but the buying is pretty strong. So if not, I would have gone already to like low twos. Even with 20,000 orders on the bid, the price doesn't decline. $6,900, $7,100. $285,100. Okay, so he flew through it. It's pretty strong. I mean, you guys could have different opinions. It's all good, but it's pretty strong to the upside. Look at the orders. I mean, do the math. You look at the orders. 22,000, 289. Let it get filled and see what happens. $289. There you go. $289. You know, you probably spend more in commissions and fees and stuff. And to be honest, I didn't mean to buy so many shares. I think I pressed the wrong thing and it just whatever. But it was not the hotkey I needed to press. It's still pretty strong though. So let's see what happened 293. What is it? Oh, rap? RAP? WRAP. That's all it matters at the end. That's all it matters at the end. I mean, I had days where 300,000, 60,000, 50,000, 80,000. You know, trust me, losing 11,000 is not a big deal. You can't let the numbers scare you. uh, 7 more minutes. It's pretty strong. That it pulls back or whatever, I mean, that's normal. They all do. I'm looking for the squeeze. People are gonna get squeezed soon. Five minutes. $4 minutes. Show me the squeeze. It's really my fault for buying so many shares. I pressed the wrong hotkey. It should have been just 1/4 of that. But time to cut the losses on this one. Get into the max state. Actually, just went over, I think. $25,000 daily max. It's been a few weeks since I hit that, something like that. It's my fault. I should have not bought in. I pressed the wrong hotkey, and immediately I should have sold whatever I bought. It was extra. So Yeah. I bought the wrong amount of shares, so that's fine. No big deals. Today is max day total loss. I mean the max daily allow 25,000. That's fine. A little bit more than that. 28,000. CTX. CETX. Oh, relative volume sucks here. Oh, 25,000 loss in one day? That's no new news, bro. That's fine. Can't stress over that. Part of doing business. That's some serious wind. Uh, the move on that is over. Well, the pay-to rule, I mean, I think it's coming to an end. I think they already approved the proposal. I think they're just waiting for the final rule to be approved. So should be probably soon. I'll be back in a minute. That's cool, Jimmy. Cool. Yeah, I'm walking away too with a small red day. Very small red day for me. I definitely have bigger red days. This is a tiny red day. So I think that's it for today. Enough chatting, enough fighting with other people about level 2 on the charts. I'm walking away with a small red day, just like you. Not because of the PDT rule, but stupidity I do. But no, it's a small red day. It's all good. Tiny small red day. I still don't get it why people get all aggressive over what other people do, man. This guy throwing the word around condescending. I'm like, bro, please get the definition right. Condescending. Oh, good night, Jimmy. Yeah, at least we got something in common, man. We both got a small red day. I'm glad I stuck close to my daily limit. Some other times I got stupid and it's pure catastrophe. So the mere fact that I stuck to the limit is good. I've seen worse. Man, and if I start thinking about those learning years, boo, I don't want to even think about it. That was tough. Let me see. I have to sell this crap. You know what? I'll leave it like that. I'll sell it in the morning. How about that? How about you join me in the morning and we follow up from here? I'm not gonna even bother looking at it. I'll leave it like that for tomorrow. And that's it. For today, that's it. Down a small little red day, 18,000, very small red day. Tomorrow, we'll deal with GVH and SOPA. All right. So I'll turn the stream on in the morning and I'll deal with those two in the morning. I'm not going to even bother now because there's barely any volume moving. So, ain't worth it. Tomorrow, maybe in the morning, we'll do some magic. All right. I'm going to go ahead and enjoy my small red day. I think it was about time because I was looking at the streams and it was too many days with green days. And let me see, one in December. I'm looking at it right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 green days. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red days. So, it's a small red day. I guess this one balances out. Mobile device not found. December 12th. So, still up for the month. Big time. So, it's all right. So I'm going to leave it on. Tomorrow morning, the stream goes on and we'll settle these things here. And that's it. But I'm done for today, guys. It's been a journey. I'll go ahead and go away with my small red day. I hope you guys enjoy the fun. I'm gonna go ahead and remove myself from this office and go and enjoy the cold. It sucks. No, but seriously, Puerto Rico might be the place to move to. Mm, it never gets cold like here. All right, guys. Well, thank you for watching. If you don't mind, smash that like. Today was an interesting day. Um, there were some characters here that I don't know. Whatever. I'll think about it. I don't even know what to say. All right. Well, that is it. Excuse me. So tomorrow morning, I'll go ahead and follow up on these two stocks here. For now, I'll just leave them there. They don't bother anybody. Don't bother me. 18,000 a whole. Small red day. Got to be proud of that. So it is what it is. I'm still thinking about these people here. Who's that? Who's that guy that? Let me say, who's that person that kind of crossing the line there? Or is it clown? I mean, calling names. I mean, what is that? So childish, bro. I gotta go through that chat. I gotta read it. I didn't have time to read the whole thing. Well, clearly, this guy comes here like if it's a conflict. It's not a conflict, bro. All right. Well, there's no volume. So tomorrow morning we'll follow up on this. Thank you for watching. If you don't mind, smash that like and see you tomorrow morning, 6:45. The stream will be on. The chat will be on. And we'll take it from there with this remaining two stocks. Maybe I should just leave it on and wait until 8 o'clock, 7:50. I should put my alarm for 7:50 and come back. But I don't think there's going to be any volume anyway. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any volume to make a dent. It's too late for news now, man. I'm up early in the morning, but it's too late for news now. And they're not gonna do any offers right now. Maybe in the morning, but let me look at the news on this too. Let's double check something. I mean, it's just 19,000 shares, man. Hey, it's very simple. If something dramatic like that happens in the morning, I just transfer this to my other account. That's it. Well, no, I'm just kidding. Um, yeah, it's no plan for that. I can't control that. You know, I can't do stop loss either. Well, I'm not gonna sit here until 8 o'clock and just wait and see what happens. There's barely any volume, and I mean, think about it: 300 shares, 200, 200. That's 500. I mean, I will feel like way down here. For that, I just wait. You know what I mean? Like it's 19,000 shares. I'm if I sell all that at once, like I'm gonna get like 220. You know what I mean? Like I might as well wait. Imagine that. Yeah, that ain't that some. Let me not say the word, but you know what I mean. Ain't that some some S? Yeah, but what are the likelihood of that happening? Not really. Mm. I mean, I could have. I guess I could put like an alert on my phone. Something like that happens, then I'll do like everybody else. They'll come running to the platform. And you think I'll be the only one holding 19,000 shares? Man, there's people holding way more than that. That's nothing. That's a blur. That's crap compared to what other people have. So I'm not concerned about that because even if it goes down 70 cents, 50 cents, whatever I lost today or I lose from that, I'll make it up in a day or two. It's fine. It's not, that's how I look at it. I don't dwell on it because it does no good at all. Um, I make some stupid mistakes here. Like I bought more than what I needed to buy. I pressed the wrong hotkey. What I should have done is sell it immediately. But in my mind, I'm thinking electronic market fees. I don't want to, because I got to pay them no matter what. Whether I'm up or down, I have to pay it, right? 500 shares is not a big deal. 20,000 shares is a big deal. You know what I mean? Like we're paying hundreds of dollars for nothing. So in my mind, I'm thinking, crap, I bought the wrong amount. Let me just see how it works out instead of just selling it because then I'm gonna be out $900, $800 just in ECM fees. But anyways, yeah, I mean, it would have lost more anyway. But that's fine. There'll be more volume tomorrow morning, and I could, use my leverage, my capital, to go ahead and leverage myself out of the trade. I could do that tomorrow. Right now, I can't really do it. It's not much volume, so it's my fault. I recognize the mistake I made, and that's fine. I think I kind of got sidetracked, and I'll be honest. Um, I think somebody was here kind of sabotaging everything, and he called me like condescending, and I'm like, really? Like, you didn't even know what it means? I mean, that's ridiculous. Um, but anyways, I can't let that crap bother me. Because I do try my best to just show people what I do, and that's it. I'm not condescending to anybody. I'm telling you right now, if you have something that works for you, great. That's it. Stick to it. If it works for you. But not being condescending to anybody. I'm not even talking smack about what the guy does. That's his problem. That's not my problem. So kind of threw me off guard there. Got sidetracked on that. And I guess I just have to do better to not allow that crap to bother me. But it is what it is. People are people. Oh, maybe tomorrow we end the year with a bang. With a big old bang. We'll see. All right. Well, thank you for watching, everybody. Tomorrow we'll continue this. Hopefully, I don't get sidetracked again by people's comments. I really have to try for it not to bother me, honestly. But I don't think I've done anything to make anybody feel bad, like condescending. I mean, what is that? That's nonsense. And people take it so personal. If your strategy don't work and you feel frustrated, that's on you, you know? But that doesn't mean everybody else has to pay for that. SOPA, I really did a number going heavy on that. What a mistake, pressing the wrong hotkey. And then not selling it immediately. But that's on me. AEHL. It's barely moving. Huh? Well, it's almost high the other day. I'm thinking of doing a small account challenge for the next year. We'll see. All right, everybody. Well, thank you for watching. Have a good one. I'm going to go ahead and follow up tomorrow with these two stocks. But for now, this is it. Thank you for watching. Have a good one. Till next time.